I know you want me. Something in the air. I know you want me. Something in the air. I know you want me.
I can feel your energy. It's like you're standing next to me. You're forever on my mind. You're forever by my side. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy. Your love is more. Your love is light that's shining over me. Know that for every choice I make, God help me find my way. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy. Your love is more.
Qu'est-ce qui m'arrive? Qu'est-ce que je représente? Qui je suis, putain? Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro. C'est comme ça que ça se termine. Une balle dans la tête, deux balles dans le ventre. Mais putain, faut que je me relève. Que je me casse. Comment je vais pouvoir me sortir de là?
Let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite. They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Dhoni, that's a different story. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run and hide. Don't let the flame ignite. Don't let me tell you twice, I'ma let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite. They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Dhoni, that's a different story. Major damage, locked and loaded. They start to panic, but they're standing frozen. Ground is shaking as the doorway opens. These hearts are racing, sun in slow motion. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This is for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run and hide. Don't let me tell you. Let the flame ignite.
ब्यूटीफुल स्कोर करने के लिए टीम एसजीएल की ये जो स्ट्रैटेजी है, यस चैंपियन बनते हैं।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports League 2023 Pokemon Unite Day number 3. This side across alongside me, it's Raider joining me live on the desk for another day for another action, and we have got two back-to-back matches completely lined up. We have seen the domination, we have seen the past four matches going with a roller coaster, but today it's another day, and we are expecting some serious weather conditions. We might be facing some kind of tornadoes as well as some heavy lightning.
I'm excited for that. Well, definitely. The last 2 days have been quite chaotic. First day, we did saw a clean sweep, but after that, we are seeing a long and hefty tussle between those two giants, between whatever the teams are actually right now. So I'm looking after to see how the competition is going to evolve today. Is it going to be a situation where we see clean sweeps coming in, or we go to the decider rounds, or we are going to finish it up at 3-1s? Many speculations once again are going to start before the match gets started, but let's see which are the top 8 teams. I mean, the 8 teams to which have been invited to be precise. Those are Mumbai Aces, Chennai Clutchers, Pune Pros, Bangaluru Crushers, Punjab Pinnacles, Kolkata Tridents, Delhi Masters, and Hyderabad Nawabs. These are the 8 elite teams which have been invited in this particular Sky League 2023. Pokemon Unite to be precise. They are quite aggressive. We have seen quite a few teams, but we are missing an action on some teams which will actually come tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But yes, today's schedule is going to be kind of like where Bangaluru Crushers is going to face off Kolkata Tridents first of all, and after that we'll get to see Chennai Clutchers facing off the Nawabs of Hyderabad.
Well, exactly. We just talk about today's games will be very, very much interesting. Though we can see Bangalore Crushers, they definitely did not have a great time in the previous, matches. But yeah, they managed to win it. They managed to win it. But Kolkata Tridents, if you just talk about previous day, they faced a defeat. Now it's the time they will be coming up with a revenge. But Chennai Clutchers as well as Hyderabad Nawabs will be one of those concerns that we are looking forward to, because if you just talk about Chennai Clutchers, they won the previous match that they played. Same goes for Hyderabad Nawabs. But the only difference factor that is working right now is that Hyderabad Nawabs got a clean sweep in their very first match, which I believe not a single team playing today have actually acquired. So it's a very big responsibility for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs to just maintain that, but we'll have to see whether Chennai Clutchers are going to justify it or not.
Well, coming back to the fact of leaderboard, indeed the Nawabs are actually on top. Hyderabad Nawabs have secured average goals of 715 in the one match that they played, and they have got a clean sweep as well in their favor. That is the only team which has done that. Well, we have not seen Mumbai Aces yet, so we might see a clean sweep coming from their corner as well. The first match that they play tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But today, Chennai Clutchers, if we talk about their standings, they have played one match and they have won that particular match with an average goal of 545, although there was no clean sweeps coming in. Same goes for Bangalore Crushers, although the average goals are a little bit on the lower side for Bangalore Crushers, where it is 477. Punjab Pinnacles, with two matches that they played, one was a victorious one. The first match that they played in this BO5 situation was out of their hands, with the average goals being 369. Kolkata Tridents, with 487 average goals, have not yet secured even a single victory. Same goes for Pune Pros and the other teams as well. So looking forward to see how far the competition is going to evolve today. But coming back to the fact of team rosters, we have Kolkata Tridents, Ego, Kyo, Prod, Daku, Dream, Saf, and YouTube Alexa. That is the content creator, and we did saw her yesterday playing quite well, to be honest. But definitely looking forward to see what kind of pressure she is going to bring to the teams today.
Well, there is a big factor playing for the side of Kolkata Tridents. They managed to deliver some good fights, maybe some good competition towards their enemy, but the opponent's side. But if you just talk about today, it has to be the day for Kolkata Tridents. Bangalore Crushers have already, claimed their kind of victory, what they wanted in the very first match. But still, if Kolkata Tridents fail to win this match, it will be very, very challenging for them to just stay on that particular position. If you just talk about, on the other hand, Bangalore Crushers roster, you get to see Mevius, Kamiru, ScepTer, Noxy, Omen, Egan, and Pokegamer. Well, if you just see right now, this lineup looks definitely pretty strong. Yes, like last time, if you just talk about, we saw Pokegamer from the side of Bangalore Crushers taking playing as the CC for the team. But today we are expecting there might be some changes, or we might be seeing that same roster that played in the previous match yet again.
We have to look into that fact as well. We are waiting on the draft pick phase where we'll get to see amazing bans coming in. It could be a single Pokemon getting banned from each side, and eventually it could be two other Pokemons. So today, I'm excited to see what kind of bans are going to be there. Is it going to be a defender ban or an attacker ban or a all-rounder ban? It really depends on the kind of meta that these teams are going to explore. And obviously, we know that both of these teams have performed in the previous 2 days. So it is kind of predictable for them if they want to analyze the situation, how the teams are actually going to perform, how your enemy is going to perform. They can analyze it after looking at previous matchup that they have performed, be it Kolkata Tridents or Bangalore Crushers as well. So I'm looking forward to see how Bangalore Crusher is going to compete against Kolkata Tridents, which have shown their signs yesterday, which have shown their aggressions yesterday. And today, it is going to be really important for them to just completely change the pace of the game, be a little bit more dominant, be a little bit more effective when it comes to the strategies, be a little bit more decisive for their Pokemons that they're going to choose, for the type of Pokemons they're going to choose. It's really going to depend a lot on that particular perspective. But guys, remember, Pokemon Unite World Championship Series May qualifiers registration is already live. You can check out the description so that you can get every single update about it, and make sure to register if you want to become a competitive enthusiast. And if you are talking about experience, well, you can get it from the Skyesports League 2023. Everything is going to be here right now, and you can see the top 8 teams, the elite of the Indian gaming community, are already here trying to fight, trying to showcase the talent, and you can gain a lot of experience out of it. And if you have a roster, you can actually go for the May qualifiers.
Exactly. If you have the caliber and if you have got the potential, you will be qualifying through many stages and will have a slot in the May qualifiers, in the May tournament. But yes, you have to keep that in mind. If you're still not aware of how the tournament works, you can just check it out, the April tournament that actually happened in the previous time, and you can actually get to know how do the teams play actually, and how are they getting qualified in each and every phases. But the main thing is that to get a place in the regional playoffs. But now we are going to check the rosters for this very first match and of this PO5 series first round. Which are the 5 players that are going to take part in this particular match? And definitely, I am expecting the best of the best players from both the teams.
It's really important, man. Just like the Pokemons that they're going to choose, they have to choose the right players as well to be effective in this first BO5 for the day. Moving forward, YouTube Alexa, the content creator for Kolkata Tridents, is already there. We have Ego, Kyo, Daku, and Dream coming in into the factor. Along with that, if we talk about the roster of Bangalore Crusher, we have Aplha, Pokegamer, and then Kamiru, ScepTer, Noxy, and Omen. So definitely the players are ready. Definitely the 5 giants are actually summoned. Looking forward to see how these guys are actually going to come up with a good strategy and then eventually take down the whole BO5 situation in their favor. I will actually just admire the fact that BO5 could actually go to the decider round, because both of those teams have shown their own talent in the previous best of 5s and they know how to come back.
But if you just talk about Bangalore Crushers, they do have a roster change. We cannot see Mevius coming up from their side in today's day. In that place, we can see ScepTer coming back in the roster. This roster change might be important as well, or they want to give a try to all the players, those who are there. But without any further delay, we will be moving forward to the draft phase. And if we just talk about, I'm looking forward for the bans. Probably if you just talk about expecting a Lapras and an Urshifu ban on the very first round. Won't be expecting a Dodrio because it still can be countered, but Lapras and the Comfy definitely is somewhat of a very, very big X-Factor combination that can actually be valuable for that particular team. But eventually, if you talk about Kolkata Tridents, definitely will be banning the Lapras. But though we see a Dodrio ban coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers, don't want to take any kind of risks against True Rippers like Kolkata Tridents, because they are quite aware that they know that anyhow if the Dodrio comes into the hands of Dream or Kyo, he can be very destructive.
Yeah, we have seen that kind of factor coming into the play in the previous matchups as well. But moving to the fact, Urshifu and Azation, that's a beautiful double on pick coming in from team known as Bangalore Crushers, and they are looking a little bit more on the aggressive side, although we do have to see the other 4 picks coming from Kolkata Tridents to see how they're going to orchestrate their own play. Well, there could be a Slowbro coming in along with the Mew with the solar beams. It can be quite chaotic, but it's a squishy one, so definitely Slowbro and the Comfy has to put up the support system for the guy. But now, in a sudden shift, we have a SPN coming in from Dream's Corner. Noxy and ScepTer are now the next 2 guys who are going to pick it up for Bangalore Crushers. Looking forward to see what kind of Pokemon they're going to choose, which Pokemon to be specific they are going to choose to be precise. What? Really? That's a new one. That has not been out of the equation for a long period of time. Mamoswine coming into the play.
Exactly. If you just talk about right now, these picks, this composition, well, it can be dicey, it can be definitely, but yep. Like if you just talk about Ego, we'll be going with that Buzzwole, and probably Kyo might just stick with the Charizard because we have seen Charizard being very, very effective. Kolkata Tridents willing to win the very first round itself to take a lead, but also has to win 3 total rounds out of those 5 in order to win this match. But Bangalore Crashes, will they allow it? Because these players have been rivals for a very longer period of time. But the final pick coming up from the side of Omen, it's a if you just talk about it, it's a Blissey coming up from his side. But right now that all depends. The preparation phase has already started, expecting the match to be very, very much on a high score level. Maybe we can see, we will be expecting some high kind of comebacks in the middle phase of the game as we get to see for their objective fights.
See, when it comes to the picks, when it comes to the approach, I believe it's kind of similar because both of these teams have got the double all-rounder, a single attacker, a single defender, and a single supporter. No speedster whatsoever. Well, one of those amazing speedsters, Rodrigo, is already banned from the sides of Bangalore Crushers, so I guess that is already out of factor. There could have been some other speedsters like Absol or Zerora, but that's not the case. Look at that. Now, beautiful picks have been done. Final preparation is already over. Moving to the fact that the game is about to get started, guys, are you excited about the fact that these two giants are going to put up a lot of competition for sure? And these are our amazing content creators, YouTube Alexa and Apo Gamer, already coming into the play. Looking forward to see how they are going to perform in this particular matchup. The content creators are ready, the players are ready, and we are also ready with the fight to get started.
Definitely, we are ready for the fight to get started with this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the very first round of this BO5 series as we head up towards this side. Kolkata Tridents versus Bangalore Crushers. This is the match number 1 of day number 3 of Skyesports League 2023 Pokemon Unite. But as we just speak, we're heading forward and trying to get some good output out of this position. Buzzwole will be here for now. With it sticking with the Comfy on the top lane, if you see the Kung Fu just getting some good scores. Buzzwole will have some good scores pretty well. But eventually might just be stopped by Chansey. Though we can see the bottom lane being stacked with a 2-2 Zacian, and on the other hand you can just see that Charmeleon leveling up, feeding on this neutral Pokemon just to level up as fast as possible, because Charizard is a kind of Pokemon we have seen later that it doesn't take a lot of time to level up. So if you can counter it, if you can get some early KOs of Charmeleon or Charizard, like Charmander, then it might be, then it will be like you are buying some time for yourself until the Charizard completely maxes up his own level. Because if it goes up to level 13 and 14, it can be very, very much effective. And as it, levels up a bit faster, it's a very, very big dangerous sign for the other Pokemons, those who actually take a bit longer time than usual.
Well, definitely we have seen those things coming into the play, but look at that, there is a double KO coming from the Espeon, and that was an hefty one. The Glacian is actually at the factor of getting KO'd, but before that, 30 years energy being done from Kolkata Tridents. That's a huge one coming into the play. Daku the Slowbro, the defender, has to also go ahead with the next 25 goals if it is possible, but yes, there is beautiful retaliation coming into the bottom lane goal zone. There is the Blissey coming into the play, Glaceon is already there, the Mamoswine is also coming into the play, so definitely looking forward to see how the whole situation comes into the factor of Kolkata Tridents. On the top lane, we do have Buzzwole and Comfy playing all together. There is going to be another beautiful situation where the goal could be secured, because there is no one to just keep the top lane goal zone. In the Legendary Pit, there is another hefty fight coming in, and there might be some good chaos coming into the play. The fire is already on. Urshifu gets tagged a bit, Blissey on the other corner also tagged a bit, but Glaceon finds Espeon. That was a really good trade into the fight.
And we just see right now, eventually the scores are coming. Urshifu is trying to make some counters on the top lane. Bangalore Crush is not having an early scoring start, but definitely there is no such level buffs. The Charmeleon is still surviving, might just be a bit effective, but the station is trying not to make any kind of mistakes, though we can see some multiple KOs. Limoswine getting down, Glacian getting KO'd by Charmeleon, Berry surviving the very low HP using that Sacred Sword. Zacian is definitely being one of those effective Pokemons, can be countered pretty well, but for that we need the Charizard as fast as possible. Like Kolkata Tridents need the Charizard as fast as possible. But if you just talk about the Buzzwole, just coming up with some good scores, he's just focusing on being the one to level up faster than the Urshifu to be much more effective in the close range. As the objective arrives, the first two objectives of this game, the Reggie Steal appears, and Bangalore Crushers completely focusing on though ScepTer. He is in some serious trouble, might just be the one to get KO'd, though he manages to escape. The Reggie Steal goes in the favor of Kolkata Tridents.
That's the advantage they were looking forward to, and they have got the advantage of having the Registry in their favor, and now they're trying to just figure out how they're going to create that rampage and get the advantage out of it. All the players are stacked up on the bottom lane except the Slowbro, which has just been summoned in the base goal zone. And moving forward, if we talk about the top lane goal zone, yes, we're trying to move toward it, but there is a fight in the legendary pit, and there is already beautiful tags coming from Buzzwole, and the Charizard also trying to attack onto the Glaceon and the Urshifu that was there from Bangalore Crushers. So definitely Bangalore Crushers are suffering right now because they don't have that much points in the favor. Piloswan is already here, so I'm looking forward to see when the Giant is going to be unleashed. But focus gets shifted. They want to get their 6 Pokemon, and that's going to be Regieleki, but there is Buzzwole trying to become the X Factor, trying to steal it, but the Icicle coming from Glaceon was absolutely amazing, and finally they've got the advantage. It was the Urshifu who was able to take the advantage out of it, but Charizard comes up with some good fights in their favor. Already at a level 9, that is going to be quite hefty, but Zacian at level 10, Espeon at level 10, they both are trying to tag each other, and on the other corner, Focus was there for the goal zone, but they're not even letting a single guy from Bangalore Crushers to reach out of the goal zone, but unfortunately that's not going to be that easy. One KO came in, Urshifu was able to find one, and now Espeon is also out of equation, so there is no questions that the goals are going to be done in. Yes, the first ever goal zone in this day 3 has already been destroyed and was done by Bangalore Crushers, and straight up the lead falls in the hands of Bangalore Crushers.
See, if we just talk about the reels, as like if we just talk about those, scores are just something that can be counted at any moment. At any moment, you can just at 1 second we are just seeing that you're far behind, and another second is just the scores are being leveled. But now, if you talk about Bangalore Crushers, have taken a good lead in the matter of scores, though we can see around a 50-point difference, which can be counted even in one big score from any of one of those Pokemon from any of the end of the Kolkata Tridents. But now they again stack up for the bottom lane Reggie, which is the Regis, and this time Glaceon with the Icicle Spear, and the Urshifu will be just trying not to let this Regis go in vain, and now they have got the objective, so they will be just trying to focus on some more pretty good scores to just keep the pressure on Kolkata Tridents. Though the Charizard might be effective, getting the Glaceon counter is one of the most biggest factors that can be played, but Buzzwole gets the Zacian down, though the Charizard has been KO'd by Blissey.
Oh yeah, the KOs are coming in. Look at Mamoswine trying to create a rampage, and Urshifu finds Espeon. That was really hefty. Another KO coming from Buzzwole. That is kind of interesting, but now the focus is shifted to the neutral Pokemons. But in all of those situations, the advantage is getting in the hands of Urshifu and the other guy coming from Bangalore Crushers. They have already secured a beautiful lead in the table, but now they are trying to move on to this legendary pit or towards the top lane to be precise, so that could help them a lot. Meanwhile, Grayson is trying to defend the Slowbro, which is trying to put a goal into the bottom lane goal zone, and it's not going to be that easy, but for sure they're trying to do that, and that's exactly what happened. Glacier is now getting countered, can be getting KO'd, and yes, exactly that's what happened. A vice versa situation coming from Kolkata Tridents, where their first goal zone was destroyed from the top lane. They have reciprocated, they have answered it out by destroying the bottom lane first goal zone for the Bangalore Crushers. But again, another advantage, you have KO'd Glaceon, and Glaceon is also back, but along with that, Regieleki is also coming into the play, and now the pressure of Regieleki along with the Zacian coming into the play can be quite hefty onto the guys of Kolkata Tridents, but the focus is a little bit shifted because Kolkata Tridents are trying to fight the Regieleki, and there could be another set of goals getting secured or another set of KOs coming in the bottom lane goal zone, and that's exactly what is happening. Look at that, Blissey trying to score on the set of 40, but fails to do so because there was a beautiful stunning attack coming from the Glaceon. Urshifu gets KO'd. Now they have to fall back for sure. The distraction of Regieleki didn't work out that much.
Exactly. Right now, if you just talk about, they are being pushed back, but right now Buzzwole is just trying to hold off that position. Have to focus on the Rayquaza right now. There is just a span of 30 more seconds as we speak, because for now, if we just talk about, yes, the Regirock definitely will be playing a very important factor. Buzzwole still trying to level up as fast as possible, because if you just talk about this Regirock definitely plays an integral part, but Urshifu manages to steal it from the side, from the hands of Kolkata Tridents, though we see the Buzzwole coming with a score of 50, could have waited for some 2 to 3 seconds, and this could have turned out to be a score of 100. though we can say Bangalore Crushers definitely will be having the upper hand and getting the Rayquaza. There is no doubt they will be just securing it without any kind of hindrance. And Zacian is the one to take the control. Bangalore Crushers easily manages to take it away.
Oof, that was an amazing one indeed coming in, but I was surprised to see that Mamoswine was unable to attack with that particular unit that he was trying to go with. All said and done, yes, the lead falls in the hands of Bangalore Crusher. Now they're trying to approach for the base goal zone. That is the Blissey, who's going to completely secure that another set of 100. And yes, that's done. 482 goals from Bangalore Crushers. Kolkata Tridents strike at 207. They're trying to approach for the bottom lane goal zone. I believe the Slowbro is there, the Comfy, and along with that, Buzzball is also trying to safeguard the particular goal zone. But Urshifu could be the one which can create an impact. Meanwhile, Kyo and the Buzzball is completely trying to rip apart the Blissey, and they were actually able to do that. Now Slowbro tries to figure out an attack on Urshifu. Urshifu has to fall back because there are 3 Pokemons on a rampant to just completely destroy him, and Charizard could be the one which is going to use some beautiful moves onto him, and there could be a KO coming in. And yes, Urshifu won't be able to fall back. Urshifu is falling back onto the enemy's goal zone. It's not going to be that easy. He wants to TP back to the base, and that's exactly what he's going to do, and that's a brilliant strategy coming into the play. And now they want to defend their own bottom lane goal zone. Oh, that was a hefty unite coming from the Charizard, but still, Mamoswine is alive and kicking, trying to get as many SKOs as possible, trying to defend the goal zone. Not a lot of time is left. 600 full goals coming from Bangalore Crusher. That means Kolkata Tridents have already secured a beautiful, triumphant victory in the favor. But what was that? Zacian is on a roll. 3 KOs altogether. And another set of, I believe, 52 goals being destroyed, being done by the Glaceon. Another set of 6 goals being done. That was a hefty one. Zacian coming up with 45 goals, I believe. And with that, scoreboard is somewhere around 800 approximately. So yes, Kolkata Tridents, a triumphant aggression coming from the corner, but Bangalore Crushers is the one which is going to be smiling, and having the first game in their favor will obviously boost their motivation a lot.
For now, we can say it's a good start for the Bangalore Crushers again. Kolkata Tridents, I would say the Zacian actually played better than what we expected from the Charizard. Charizard did pretty well. He got 4 KOs, but not a good score, no score from his end, which was definitely not a big, which actually played a big factor. Though we can see the Zacian got 5 KOs, 6 assists, 110 score. So more or less, if you just see around, Bangalore Crushers delivered complete team performance that was much needed in this very first round.
A lot of spirits have to be acquired from the guys of Kolkata Tridents. Unfortunately, that was not the case. There is a buffer of more than 550 points coming in between Bangalore Crushers and Kolkata Tridents when it comes to damage being dealt. Omen, look at that guy. Recovery was absolutely amazing. 117,000. And if we talk about damage being dealt, I guess it was kind of average. Omen was the one which was there with the least amount of damage being dealt. But Espeon coming from Kolkata Tridents was absolutely hefty. The damage dealt is 117,491. That shows that particular Pokemon, that particular guy was quite aggressive. The moves used from Espeon was absolutely amazing. Buzzball on the other corner was another set of amazing guy which was able to get the counter with the Comfy in his favor as a supporter. Was able to destroy a lot of spirits. But all in all, we missed a lot of action coming from Charizard because Charizard was not that aggressive today. We have seen Charizard providing some beautiful plays in the previous 2 days, but this day, the start of this day to be precise, is not that easy for Kolkata Tridents. All in all, when it comes to the Bangalore Crushers, their main lead, the main jump came in after they got the Rayquaza in the favor, after they melted down the legendary boss Pokemon in the legendary pit. They got a beautiful lead, and with that lead, they were able to go from 168 points to 770 points. Somewhere around 500 or should I say 600 plus points was there in their favor after they got the Rayquaza in their hands. So that's a strategy Kolkata Tridents have to work on, because they know from the start they can choke Bangalore Crushers. They can create a beautiful counter strategy of whatever Bangalore Crushers is trying to cook. But after that 8-minute marker, when the last 2 minutes are left, when the Rayquaza, the legendary boss Pokemon comes, at that moment they have to be a little bit more defensive, because look at that, every single guy from Bangalore Crusher was able to secure more than 100 goals in the last 2 minutes.
Exactly, and that actually played a very big factor. You see, they have got a Rayquaza, and what else do you need after getting a Rayquaza? You just need to get the scores done and in the proper time. With that, they managed to get everything right on the track how they wanted it to be. But if you just talk about the recap of this very first round, we'll get from the very start. Bangalore Crushers, they did not have a very great start from the early stages. They got some. They faced multiple KOs. They were failing to deliver some good blows against the Kolkata Tridents. But on the counter, from the starting objective. They also didn't manage to even take it, though the Slowbro managed to get the Reggie steal as a steal from his side. The Kolkata Tridents managed to just try to bounce back, but after that, one Reggie steal. Other all objectives were completely secured by Bangalore Crushers. There were not a single chance that we could have said that Kolkata Tridents had an upper hand in like for the securation of that particular objective. But if you just talk about it and see all the KOs being done, yep, it did affect it pretty much. But always, if you just talk about the Zacian factor, worked so well for the side of Bangalore Crushers that they crushed the Tridents in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, Kolkata Tridents tried their level best, to be honest. The burst bolt, the comfy, that particular combination was absolutely on point. But when it comes to the legendary pit, look at how beautiful the hold of a Bangalore Crusher was there onto that legendary pit. Although there was a burst ball trying to attack, but the unites coming from Bangalore Crushers were completely able to suppress the urge of having the Rayquaza from Kolkata Tridents. Yes, after the goals were done, they were getting KO'd, they were getting surprised by the Charizard, they were getting cornered by the Buzz Ball, but eventually it was not enough because they have done their part. Bangalore Crusher have already secured some amazing goals. Zacian comes up with a triple KO. That was so hefty. The kind of gameplay that was shown from Bangalore Crusher was absolutely amazing. And Omen, despite of being a supporter, is going to be the player of the game with 184 goals from his perspective. Only 3 knockouts. As a supporter, we can expect that. But 10 assists coming into the play, and the damage was of 19,939. But look at the recovery. That's the highest, if I'm not wrong, Necros, from the last 2 days.
Exactly, you can say Omen did his job pretty well. You know, one of the times he was being like, he's a very versatile player. He's a very flexible player who can play in any kind of roles wherever you are assigning him to. Playing a Blissey was definitely not an easy choice because you have to be playing at the backs, not to go for the KOs. Just try to heal your teammates. That is the main objective that a Blissey or a supporter actually plays, and he did so well. He has got the player of the game position. But if you just talk about the match score, it's a BO5 series that is going on, in which Bangalore Crushers have already taken a lead of 1-0, by which we can say the series is just getting more heated up. And by right now at this time, oh man, I'm really waiting for the second round to begin. Are we going to see an equalizer coming up from the side of the Tridents, or is it a 2-0 we might expect from the Bangalore Crushers?
I mean, that's the factor, man. I mean, already we were talking about the thing that Bangalore Crushers was absolutely getting choked when it comes to the first 8 minutes in their favor. Because they had just 168 points. On the other corner, Kolkata Tridents had somewhere, I don't know if I'm not wrong, 207 points in their favor. So that shows that they had the dominance from the start till the Rayquaza appeared. And after that, Bangalore Crushers knew what they had to do. They had to melt down the Rayquaza. They had to get the KOs at the right time, and that's exactly what they did. So Kolkata Tridents, if they want to come up with an equalizer, if they don't want the series point to come for Bangalore Crushers, what they have to do is just completely wait and be a little bit more patient, patient about the approach of Rayquaza, and eventually get the Rayquaza in their favor, or just deny the Rayquaza coming from the favor of Bangalore Crusher. If that happens, that will absolutely help them a lot. But all said and done, without any delay, we'll be moving on. Match number 1, game number 2. The draft pick phase is already here. Thea Skyruins will be the battle arena, and now the ban phase is already getting started. Kolkata Tridents will be the first picker, and Bangalore Crushers will be the one which is going to choose the next 2 Pokemons. But before that, the bans are going to be really important. We did saw a Lapras and a Dotrio ban in the previous particular game, but now moving forward in this game, what is going to be the pick is the biggest question, because we did saw Zacian and Ujifo being quite chaotic, and Espion also coming up with some good attacks, so they could be the case. And yeah, Zacian is already there, but the Speedster is not going to come, and that's what the deny situation is for Bangalore Crusher.
Oh, we are expecting some tremendous battles, though we are not seeing a Lapras ban. Might just be a wrong decision. If you just talk about Love is just locking with the Comfy, okay, not a Comfy, but definitely a Lapras coming up from the side of Ego. I believe Bangalore Crushers did not expect that there won't be a Lapras ban, but the Zacian ban coming up, that means they will break down this composition. They will be going up with that Urshifu and Comfy Omen will stick with that. Alongside, if you just talk about on a counter, we might be expecting an Espion and a Slowbro, if I'm not wrong, maybe a Cliffable. Okay, Cliffable can also actually work pretty well, though we have to see what actually comes up next from the side of the Bangalore Crushers. The Espion and the Cliffable definitely, and Noxie and a Pokegamer. If you just talk about, they've got a healer, now they have to focus on either a Sylveon or a Glaceon. Alongside a Slowbro might just be a good pick, but they can also go for a Charizard as well.
Well, the picks are going to be really crucial. As you said, they can go for the Charizard, but eventually it was not that effective that we saw in the previous matchup. But for now, seems like that the Glaceon is once again going to come in. Noxie with the Slowbro for sure. Urshifu, Comfy. That means they do have kind of a decent pick coming in. But I would love to see what Bangalore Krishna is going to pick for the last and the final Pokemon. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Kolkata Tridents, a double attacker approach could be coming in. A double attacker, double defender. That could be the case. Okay, double defender is already confirmed. But is it going to be a double attacker approach? Yes, exactly. That's what the case is. There is a Glaceon. There is a Glaceon coming from the particular guys of Bangalore Crusher. Along with that, there could be a Speaker that is going to be Absol. If that happens, it will be absolutely amazing to see.
Well, if you just talk about right pick, Kamiru, if it is Absol, we could have seen something better, but well, there wasn't any long range attacker, so yeah, for that we can actually say Gardevoir will fit right where it should be, and it's just working pretty well for them. But if you just see this composition on all the cases are looking pretty fine, and Bangalore Crushers again, this composition looks very, very challenging towards the side of Kolkata Tridents, but I believe there is a bit of chance this Espeon and Sylveon combination, both evolution Pokemon picks, can be effective alongside a Lapras and a Trevenant being there. In the matter of composition, we can see the Kolkata Tridents having a better comp in comparison of Bangalore Crushers in a very small factor. It's not a huge factor, but still, I would say that this match might be an equalizer coming up from the side of Kolkata Tridents.
Whew, it's a hefty one for sure. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to challenge. And once again, we have got our content creators coming into the camps, and I'm excited to see how these guys are going to build that strategy. As a stance, I believe they have got the supporters and the defender role into their favor, so that can actually help a lot with the teams, to the other four guys. So that's exactly what we have to check out, how these guys like Cutie Belixa or Apo Gamer is going to come up with a good play. Bangalore Crushers already have a beautiful victory in their favor. Now they just have to maintain their kind of pace in the match. Other than that, Kolkata Tridents have to just come up with a clean sweep in this fight, in this particular matchup to be precise. Moving forward, once again in the top lane, we have a beautiful rush coming in so that they can just level up as fast as possible. Although leveling up scenario is going to be really very important for the other giants as well, like Kolkata Tridents. What they have is a Trevenant, so it has to level up for sure as soon as is possible, so that those amazing hammers could come into the play.
Well, that's just the beginning phase. Espeon might be the one, but yeah, being the use of that Whirlpool in the very early stages, just trying to, grab the perfect spot. Kolkata Tridents with a 4-0 scoreline, just trying to get over the position. No, this time Espeon might just be the one to get KO'd, so he manages to survive. Sylveon will focus on being just, leveling up. On the other hand, we can see the same for Gardevoir. Though there is a bit of time, Kolkata trying not to mess up anything this time. Kung Fu's taking with the Comfy. Top lane looks a bit of congested because there are 3 triple stack coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers. They don't want to lose this round because they want to take a good lead. One good lead can actually put a good pressure for the side of Kolkata Tridents, because if you just see, they haven't won the previous match but they played yesterday, so they are really looking forward to grab a win in today's match.
I mean, they have to get the advantage in their favor, otherwise the series points is going to come in, and after that the Bangalore Crusher will have the kind of a serious upper hand onto them. But the KOs are coming in. Yes, the Glacier have been taken down from Bangalore Crushers, and if we talk about Kolkata Tridents, they have secured 70 goals from the start. They are once again putting up a lot of pressure onto the Giants of Bangalore Crusher, and that's exactly what they did in the previous game. Although the only thing which was not in their favor was the melting down situation of the Rayquaza, and that's exactly what could happen again. They have to deny that fact. Meanwhile, the leveling up is going to be also really very important. They are trying to approach the players from Bangalore Crushers are trying to approach the legendary pitch, because very soon the neutral Pokemon are going to come in, and that's exactly what happened. Look at that. They're trying to just get as much as advances as possible, but the Trevenant comes in with the wooden hammers, was able to stun the players. Slowbro is already out of equation. Another KO comes in. That's a Comfy pick coming in. Comfy has been destroyed. Urshifu also out of equation. What is happening? Bangalore Crushers, despite of having kind of a similar level of players, they are getting surprised a bit. But yes, Gardevoir wants to attack. The Gardevoir wants to suppress the urge of attacking formation coming in from the other guys, like Sylveon is there. The Espeon is already getting KO'd, and yes, that's exactly what happened by the Comfy. A beautiful KO comes in. Glaceon had to fall back in the bottom lane goal zone so that she can just wrap up the health and once again come in. Oh, the hammers from Daku with the Trevenant. I'm actually scared about that fact.
Well, I am looking forward. See, Lapras is using the water pearls. We'll be using with the bubble beam as well. But yeah, if we just see a liquidation Urshifu coming up, it is definitely going to play a major role. Though the objectives have already arrived, the first objective securation will play a major role part. Though we are seeing a little level difference for the side of Kolkata Tridents, there might be an upper hand in this objective fight. We might see Urshifu if they anyhow Bangalore Crushers manages to take that Reggie Rock, and yes they have done it. So we can see there has been a unit move down. Trident gets a KO again. Sealgun also gets shutted off on the other side. Clayfable goes down, and Lapras will be the one to get another KO as well. It's a 4 KO streak coming up from the side of Gardevoir. Will be the 5-1 for the side of Gardevoir. It's a complete team wipe by a single player, and Gardevoir being on that complete rampage mode. You can see what else can expect from a Kamiru being that one player to make the difference yet again in the second round.
I mean, look at the level. That is absolutely hefty. Nobody is even close from the other team. Kolkata Tridents is not yet at the level 10, and that guy, Gardevoir, is already at level 11. That shows the kind of persistency this guy is already having. 5 amazing KOs back to back. Although, yes, we did saw the team effort coming into the play, but then Gardevoir was the one which was able to give the, should I say, final touch into the particular fight. Moving forward, once again, there is a Urshifu and Pompey combo coming in, and they want to actually attack on Lapras, and that can help them a lot. Meanwhile, the Sylveon from the back end also wanted to dish out a lot of damage. The solar beams also coming into the play, but still Urshifu is the one which can create a lot of ruckus, and that's exactly what happened. The defender Lapras is already out of equation. Meanwhile, Clefable also gets picked by the Gardevoir. Once again, the top lane gold zone is looking out of the hands of Team Kolkata Titans, but they were able to push back. Slowbro, the defender, have been taken down. The Glaceon is also about to get KO'd. Still, they are surviving. Still, they are living up to another fight. This Trevenant is actually chaotic, but now the Onyx is already done. They are already back in the meta. Regieleki falls in the hands of Glaceon. That's absolutely amazing. Now, I've got the 6 Pokemon, but 2 of them are already KO'd. Finally, they are back in the meta. Gardevoir is also trying to bounce back with the level 12 in its favor. It can be quite hefty, but in the top lane goal zone, already Slowbro and Comfrey are working their way to just defend and safeguard their own goal zone.
See, at this position, if you just talk about Kolkata Tridents, they do have a lead, but that's not a big lead indeed to make some counters for sure. But for now, if you just see at this point of time, Lapras stacking on the top lane definitely has to put and come up with some good values here. Like it's of level 10 Lapras can be effective on anybody, but Gardevoir being on a level 12 creating a massive difference in the entire game. Kamiru is completely done. We can see a Psychic Solar being deployed by Sylveon, and will be there is there a counter? Yes, it is. Espeon coming with the double KO, shuts down the Glaceon alongside the Gardevoir in the bottom. Reggie stack will be getting an upper hand for sure, but Lapras looking forward to get some KO of Noxie. The Urshifu shuts down the Sylveon again. Not easy for Lapras to make any kind of counter. The Trevenant will be getting KO'd for sure.
One of the hefty KO coming from Urshifu. The Trevenant is already out of equation, as you said. Meanwhile, Clefable wanted to fall back. Lapras is already done. The supporter is also about to get countered, but from the back end there was a Sylveon trying to defend, trying to safeguard their own Clefable, but that was not easy. Once again, going to the legendary pick so that they can farm a bit, so that they can level up a bit, and that's exactly really very important for them. And yeah, all said and done, 13 is the level of the Gardevoir, 12 is where Urshifu is residing, 12th level is also there for the Sylveon from the other team, that is going to be Kolkata Tridents. Still seems like that Kolkata Tridents is the one which is trying to defend, which is able to defend their own goal zone to be precise. And the approach from Bangalore Crushers is completely aggressive. They're just going on a roll to just get as many as goals as possible. Lapras also comes up with the Express, but still fails to do a lot of heavy lifting. But the KOs are falling, the KOs are coming, and Urshifu is done. Another KO comes in. That's a Slowbro out of equation by the Sylveon, and now finally Kolkata Tridents comes up and was able to destroy another goal zone. Now they're going to take their 6 Pokemon also in the favor. That means the Regieleki could be there in the favor, because there is nobody whatsoever in this top lane to have the advantage, or should I say steal the Regieleki out of the hands. That's exactly what happened. Once again, the leveling up situation is now favoring Kolkata Tridents. Bangalore Crushers on the other corner, just waiting for the right opportunity.
Level 13 Lapras, level 13 Espeon and Sylveon. It's all the 3 Pokemons can actually make the difference. Level 13 Urshifu is also somewhat of a danger that we can call for the side of Kolkata Tridents. With the bottom objectives arrives, they don't want to make any kind of casualties in the bottom lane by stacking on. Though the position of Urshifu was revealed, ScepTer, they don't have this Asian, so it will be a bit tough for them to like melt down the rear records on an early step. But Espeon goes down. The glacial stage has been activated. Eventually, the HP of the Clefable is not that high. The Sylveon's HP is not that even high as well. The Lapras goes down. There's a KO coming up from the side of Urshifu. The Trevenant's HP is not that much high, though. We can see he's trying to get the heals done and dusted. The Clefable goes down. It's a triple KO coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers. If we just see Sylveon, as well as we can talk about the Trevenant, won't be surviving in a very good HP, and we will be seeing almost a team wipe coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers, which is more than enough to buy them the time to melt down the Rayquaza and secure it in their very first place.
Once again, Urshifu was the one giving the final touch into this fight. Rayquaza is again in the favor of Bangalore Crushers, and they can actually come up with some good scores. And look at that, another sort of 100 being gunned down by the Urshifu. I mean, he's a very good heavy lifter for the team for sure. The capacity of that particular goal zone was only 80, and that's done. Shield have already been destroyed, but this particular guy, the Trevenant, is doing the heavy lifting for the team as well. Comfy on the other corner, also with the 50 AO synergy, can come up with a goal. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Trevenant could have been the guy with the hindrance, but not that easy for sure. 507, Bangalore Crushers off to a really very good start in this particular match as well. Well, now, after having the Rayquaza advantage, there is no question whatsoever that Kolkata Tridents is again going to suffer a lot, and there is going to be series points for the Bangalore Crushers, and they are doing exactly what was required. But Urshifu about to get KO'd, Sylveon on the track, the defender Trevenant is already ready with the wooden hammers. It is going to be a very risky job for Urshifu to just survive. Lapras, is he going to get KO'd? Yes, exactly, that's what's going to happen. Urshifu finds a Sylveon out of the equation. Now ScepTer has to fall back a bit, because the HP, that's not at all good. Trevenant is on a rampage. What? A heavy hit and a fallback, but still, the Glacian is already there. Yeah, that is the case, but look at that. Trevenant, before going out of the equation, was able to take down the Urshifu. But all in all, match 1, game 2, also in the hands of Bangalore Crushers.
Well, not a great day again for the side of Kolkata Tridents yet, because 2 in a row they have lost against Bangalore Crushers. Not willing to give up at this point might be a good decision for the side of Kolkata Tridents, but yet we are on to the series point right now. 2-0, the match score sums up as Bangalore Crushers, they're crushing the Kolkata Tridents one after another. Both the rounds went in such a big way, and Kamiru being that one player who actually, if you just talk about last time he played Zacian, this time he has played the Gardevoir, but there is no difference in the performance. If you talk about even the performance has increased, because you can see 11 KOs being taken by the side of Kamiru. He has been a tremendous player throughout the match. His impact was something that we cannot even neglect in the entire match. Almost, we just talk about 79,190 damage dealt by the side of Urshifu, and 76,000 for the side of Gardevoir, 72,000 for the side of Glacian on the other, and 76,000 for Espeon on the for the side of Kolkata Tridents. Though we see, if you talk about Omen, providing 70,900 recovery, while Clefable failed to deliver with a 44,514 only.
And even the damage dealt is actually quite low. But coming back to the fact of the moves that's coming in, definitely Kamiru was on point when it comes to its Unite, and the other moves that this guy was able to use. ScepTer on the other corner was also quite aggressive. Omen, definitely an advantageous guy. In the previous matchup, if I'm not wrong, he had Blissey in his favor, was the MVP, was the player of the game. And in this one, it was Kamiru who bagged out the role of being the MVP for the team with 89 minute points. That was also quite on point. Coming back to the fact of Kolkata Tridents, from the start, once again, they had a beautiful, tremendous momentum in their favor. You can already see in the first 8 minutes they had 70 points before Bangalore Crushers was even able to open up their score set, and after the 4-minute marker there was a 5-point buffer between these two giants. And finally, when it comes to the 6-minute marker and the 8-minute marker, the particular team known as Bangalore Crushers were already stuck at 107, but on the other corner Kolkata Tridents was trying to just increase their score by 132 and then 222. And after that, at the end, when the Rayquaza advantage was in the favor of Bangalore Crushers, there was nothing Kolkata Tridents that they tried to do was helpful for them, because look at that, in the last 8-minute to 10-minute marker, in the last 2 minutes to be precise, there was nothing when it comes to the goal scoring points. And on the hindsight, when it comes to Bangalore Crusher, Yes, Slowbro is the only guy which was not able to secure even a single goal, but the team effort did actually help them a lot.
Exactly, and for now, if we just talk about this day, this match, this round's recap is exactly coming live on the screen. We will be seeing all the moments that has been captured throughout the second round. Though there was a good start for the side of Kolkata Tridents again, as what we saw in the very first match itself. The second match was almost a mirror copy of what we saw in the very first match. Kolkata Tridents taking a good lead up to those like 4 to 5 minutes. Then again, Bangaluru Crushers, after getting some objectives, they completely counter-attacked Kolkata Tridents and got the multiple KOs that they always wanted. And after getting those multiple KOs, they managed to come up again and get all this. Like, if you just talk about this entire team swipe coming up from the side of Kamiru, it was just so much satisfying to see those kind of blows getting dealt up. But as soon as Bangalore Crushers managed to make a comeback after that, all the objectives, all the main buffs that were about to be secured by Kolkata Tridents were completely stolen off by the players of Bangalore Crushers, and they did not give a single room for anybody even to take a single piece of land in from their area as well. They got everybody down with the KOs, with the destructive move sets, but not only that, they managed to give up some good and heavy scoring before even the Rayquaza fight got started. But in the Rayquaza fight, it was a pure domination that we saw from the side of Bangalore Crushers.
I mean, the best part was Bangalore Crusher was already ready with the Unite moves. They were just trying to safeguard it. They were just trying to be a little bit more patient, have a little bit more patience with it. On the hindsight, if we talk about Kolkata Tridents, only the Cliffable had the Unite, which was again not going to be that much chaotic. But Glaceon and the other guys coming from Bangalore Crusher was absolutely on point. And this was an epic fight coming in from the base goal zone to the second goal zone of the bottom lane. Oshifu was getting tracked down by the Revenant, was finally able to take him out. But player of the game of this Sky League 2023 Pokemon Unite match 1, day 3, match 1, game 2 was Kamiru, to be precise, having the Gardevoir in his favor with 154 goals. And when it comes to the knockouts, that is 11, 7 assists, damages of 76,000 plus, and recovery is of 1,134. Not a lot of recoveries, but then again, the 11 KOs helped them a lot. And you exactly saw, guys, that 5 KOs back to back coming into the start of the game. That really showed how furious this Gardevoir was.
Exactly, this Gardevoir actually played a very crucial role. If you see 11 knockouts, he has taken up 76,566 damage. He got some N number of KOs. Out of those 11, 5 came from a single particular fight of the bottom objective. But if you talk about the match score that has already come up in the BO5 series, we see it's a 2-0 lead coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers against Tridents. And this lead is going to make a very big impact if in this entire overall series of BO5. 2-0 lead already. We were expecting to go in the final round, maybe in the decider round, but I believe it is going to end very soon. The way the Bangalore Crushers, the players are playing, Raider, I'm really surprised to see. Why can't we see any equalizer or any counter round coming up from the side of Kolkata Tridents?
Maybe the third one will be the one where we'll get to see the counter.
Maybe.
So looking forward to see how Kolkata Tridents is going to come up with some good blows. Well, from the start till the end, they definitely have the grasp of the match in their favor. Even after getting 5 multiple KOs onto their faces by the Gardevoir, they were still standing. They were still having the lead of somewhere around 220 points in their favor, 222 goals in their favor. But all in all, when the Rayquaza was melted, at that moment they knew that the match is out of hands, and they were actually at the back end trying to safeguard their own goal zones. So they have to figure out how they're going to seal the Rayquaza. They have to figure out how they're going to get the advantage of that particular Rayquaza from the hands of the other team, Bangalore Crushers, because they are on point. They every now and then know how they are going to do it, how they're going to farm their Unite moves, how they're going to farm their own players, where they are going to place those Pokemons particularly. So that's a brilliant thing coming from Bangalore Crushers, and that shows how much experience that team is. On the hindsight, when it comes to Kolkata Tridents, yes, they are experienced, yes, they are aggressive, and we have seen their stance coming in with the Lapras spec in the previous battle. We did saw a beautiful anticipation from their perspective, but again, the same question. Where was the Rayquaza for Kolkata Tridents? They were already getting KO'd. So that's the only thing Rayquaza, that's the only main Pokemon that Kolkata Tridents have to focus for now, but the ban phase is already done. A Comfy and a Dodrio? Seems like that Bangalore Crusher is just going to stick to their own Dodrio pick, Dodrio bans coming in, but now from Lapras to Zacian to Comfy, Kolkata Tridents is definitely trying to switch up the momentum.
Exactly, Kolkata Tridents, now they have completely decided not to just let them take the Comfy itself. So Like, let them take anybody, any Pokemon that they want, but not a Comfy. But I believe might just go with. Okay, so it's Love taking that Eldegoss, not going for the Lapras this time. Third round, decided round, and you give Bangalore Crushers the advantage to take the Lapras alongside a Zacian. Oh my god. Kolkata Tridents, it might be the biggest gamble that they're doing right now.
Precisely.
Just allowing Lapras, by just taking the first Eldegoss pick, I believe Kolkata Tridents just gave the entire round towards the side of Bangalore Crushers. Though it's too early to say, but I have to admit it. They have got a Zacian, they have got a Lapras. Now they're going for a Mr. Mime. Might just stick with another healer. If you talk about a Clefable or a Blissey, anything they can come up with, there is no problem. Clefable might just fit right in there. Omen will be coming with a Clefable. Noxie might just stay with that Espion. Yes, it is an Espion. Oh my god, Raider. My BP is going high right now.
And so does the momentum coming from Bangalore Crushers. Definitely they are looking hefty
Oh.
at this point. They are trying to pack a punch. But Urshifu on the other corner, if it comes from the guys of Kolkata Tridents, things can be a little bit on the equalizer side. But the Blastoise coming into the play. A double defender role is already confirmed from the guys of Kolkata Tridents. On the hand side, they have the Urshifu, so that means Rondo also into the play. Looking forward to see if the double defenders are also going to come from Bangalore Crushers, because now the Snorlax is the one which is left. So yeah, Snorlax is already confirmed. Zacian, Lapras, Clefable, and Espion along with the Snorlax. That's interesting for Bangalore Crushers, and same goes for the Giants of Kolkata Tridents. So now, I believe figuring out how they're going to play with it, how they're going to gel with the confidence is going to be really important.
Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. This kind of composition for the side of Bangalore Crush is looking very destructive, though we can see Kolkata Tridents do have the Blastoise, and the Urshifu might be a good effect with that Slowbro and a Mew. But still. What if we can say that Bangalore Crushers are not going to take all the best attackers or the all-rounders that they have in their pocket, but still, if you just say you allowed them to take Lapras, Zacian, Espion, the Snorlax, as well as everything that we are seeing in the composition is looking quite strong, though we are really hoping to see some serious action coming up from both the ends. But I believe with this composition, Bangalore Crushers might be settling the score of this PO5 series in this very particular round.
Another clean sweep. That could happen for sure. From the first day, we did saw Hyderabad Nawabs doing that stuff, and eventually after that, we didn't saw that happening in the day number 2, because if I'm not wrong, day number 2, we had a score of 3-2 and then a 3-1 coming into the play in the match number 2. So now, today, in the start, we already have a 2-0. We already have a series point in just 40 or 50 minutes of the game getting started. So that really shows that Bangalore Crushers are adamant on the fact that they're going to bag out this clean sweep in their favor. Or not just a clean sweep, they are also going to bag out the victory. Again, maintaining their lead on the chart, maintaining their push on the leaderboard. That's really important for sure. And it's a long journey. For I believe Kolkata Tridents could be bouncing back once again in the next few matches. But yes, this final match, this final game of match number 1 is really very important. Game 3 is really crucial for Kolkata Tridents to give that opening. We have seen that stuff happening where a 2-0 is already there, and after that, a complete reverse is actually going to be there. So if Kolkata Tridents is going to do that, they have to come up with some good ideas how are they going to steal the Rayquaza in their favor, how to get the Rayquaza in their favor, because that is the only disadvantage that they are suffering from. Other than that, they are getting the level buffs every now and then. They are getting the KOs done. They are reciprocating the attacks. They are getting the counter strategies right. But the only thing that is not working out for them is the Rayquaza. So that is the main thing. After that 8-minute marker, you have to figure out how that small 2-minute chunk is going to be, I believe, easy for you or maybe in your favor.
For now, we have to just wait for this next round to get started, and probably there might be a redraft. We might be seeing it, but we have to just look into it whether we are going to see it or not, because definitely it will take a little time, and it will be right on our screen as whatever it is getting decided. But if you just see around Raider, so far the 2 rounds that we have witnessed, it has been tremendous with a roller coaster. Might be not a roller coaster, I would say, but yeah, it's kind of a similar rounds that we experienced in the past ones. Again, the same thing might just happen, but this time the compositions were a bit different, though we can say the start of any of both the rounds were in the favor of Kolkata Tridents, where they managed to take some good lead, try to get some good buffs for their side, and as well as try to get those first early objectives in their favor. They managed to do it in both the rounds. The first objective, the first bottom objective, was secured by Kolkata Tridents, but they failed to maintain that kind of momentum till the very end because they were completely being thrashed by the Bangalore Crushers. The way they were completely being dominative this time, Bangalore Crushers are looking very, very promising in this very BO5 series.
They have to. They have to actually maintain that lead. They have to maintain that pressure because Bengaluru Pressure is looking forward to have a beautiful advantage in the leaderboard. And apart from all the other things, they want to be on top. They want to just persuade the victory in their favor. So in order to do that, they have to maintain their pressure on every single team. And no doubt, Kolkata Tridents is the one which is facing them. But the other 6 teams are also watching out for this battle because they know somewhere around in the future they will have to face off Bangalore Pressure. They have to check out how Bangalore Pressure is actually the team which is getting the clean streaks, which is getting the victories in their favor. So that's exactly what they're trying to work for. So Bangalore Crushers, a very good, a very effective team. They know when to be patient, they know when to be aggressive, they know how to get the KOs also. No doubt Kolkata Tridents is off to a really good start in the initial battle, but after that, it all depends on the last few minutes, and that's exactly where Kolkata Tridents is suffering by the hands of Bangalore Pressure. So, coming back to the fact that Kolkata Tridents is having the advantage of the initial 8 minutes, I believe they have to set some good embarkment. They have to get a lot of KOs. They have to get the right orange buff and the purple buff, and also the level buffs to be precise. If they get it, they can easily create a lot of ruckus. Now, we are just waiting on the draft pick phase to come up so that we can see again which are the Pokemons getting banned, which are the Pokemons getting chosen, which type of Pokemon which are going to get chosen, and what kind of play we are going to see, like a double attacker, a double defender, or double all-rounder play is going to come in, because we did saw a triple defender approach also coming in day number 2.
Yeah, triple defender. We might be seeing, kind of Blastoise, Slowbro, and or maybe Blastoise, Trevenant, Lapras. Oh, this combination might just work up as well. But for sure, if we just talk about the next, as the lobby is getting rehosted again due to some technical difficulties that the players are facing, we will be experiencing another new draft phase. In that, we might be seeing maybe a similar composition, might not be a similar composition as well, because I believe there has been a big problem, because at first when they just chose the Eldegoss, I was the one, like, I was thinking why to go for the Eldegoss when you have got some the other Pokemons as well, because you can actually choose it in the very later stages as well. But starting off, I believe there was a problem that was completely noticed. So right now, if we just talk about the draft, it's right on our screen, and I believe the same Pokemons will be banned.
Well, looking forward to it. Is it going to be a Comfy and a Dojo ban coming in, or is it going to be a Lapras now getting picked up? So this ban phase is going to be quite interesting for sure. And the Comfy and Dojo for sure are going to be the one getting banned. So that's exactly what happened in the previous draft pick phase. And on the other corner, when it comes to the pick phase, Daku. Ooh, now Daku is actually keen on having the advantage of Lapras. That's interesting. A Pokegamer and ScepTer are now going to choose some of the Pokemons. Let's see which Pokemon particularly they are going to choose out of the 50 remaining Pokemon, 50 plus remaining Pokemons that are there in this game. Moving forward, a Pokegamer, a Espeon. That's interesting. And a Urshifu, that could be the case.
Urshifu and an Espeon, definitely it would be the same pick from the side of Bangalore Crushers as well. But if you just see around this corner, what do we come up from the side of Kolkata Tridents? A Cliffable, yep, definitely a good choice. Alongside it's going to be a Slowbro. We will be seeing on the other two. Omen will have to stick with Urshifu. There's no other chance to make a counter. Urshifu, Kamiru might just stick with the Gardevoir again. Might just go with the Absol. ScepTer's locked the Zacian at first, so we can say. But Kamiru will be deciding on the last Nox. He gets an upper hand by just selecting the Snorlax. On the other hand, Kyo and Dream. Kyo will be going, might just go with the Venusaur alongside. If you just talk about the composition, we might be seeing an attacker as well. Yep, Glaceon can be a good choice. Oh, it's Sableye? Don't tell me it's a Sableye coming up. Oh, no, it's not. It's Mew and Glaceon that has been chosen by the side of Kolkata Tridents. Last pick, Kamiru. What is it coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers? What is the last pick? Is it a Gardevoir? Is it a Delphox? Or is it something else that is out of our syllabus? Oh, Hoopa! Oh my god, it is going to be an interesting round for sure.
Already Bangalore Crushers are ready for a 3-0, seems like that. They are about to get the clean sweep. Yeah, double all-rounder. With that, they have Hoopa, It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough for Kolkata Tridents to come up with a good strategy, although they do have some beautiful attackers. Squishy one, but then again, beautiful. And on the other corner, if we talk about the defenders, Lapras is obviously going to help them a lot. Slowbro on the other corner could be the one beneficial approach. Meanwhile, Love with the Cliffable can be hefty. Although we have seen Love using that Cliffable, not giving that much output. What do you think about that?
Well, if you just see, Love has always been like, if you just talk about like YouTube Alexa, who is the CC for the side of Kolkata Tridents, I wouldn't say like she's not putting up her entire efforts, but the main factor that is coming up is that this is going to be the decider round. But
Yeah.
most precisely, the selection of Hoopa coming up from the side of Bangaluru Crushers is definitely something that we are seeking for. But at the very same time, if you just see, the Hoopa pick can be a very vulnerable factor, but the player who is playing it is none other than Omen. You have to be very, very cautious against him. Omen is one of those most experienced players that we can actually expect. Though at this point of time, all the players from the side of Bangalore Crushers are quite experienced and they're quite dominant. If we just talk about Kamiru as well, we are not seeing their roster changes. We are just expecting, but still, Bangalore Crushers, they have to just come up with a win. They can seal the series right now, right away in this very, very round. But will they be able to do it? Because Kolkata Tridents are looking a bit fired up because they have to fight for their survival in the series.
It's a tough one for sure. Kolkata Tridents, once again, from the initial battle, they want to get some good buffs and they want to get some amazing advantages, and that's what they're trying to work for. But Hoopa gets a beautiful KO, and the KO is obviously going to help them a lot. That was a clippable KO if I'm not wrong. But moving forward, Jason finds another one. So yes, Kolkata Tridents is going to get answered with a 33 bomber coming from Bangalore Crushers. That was a huge one. Kung Fu is also going to fall back. And with that, the Zacian is also going to be falling back with the orange and purple buff. Obviously, that particular Pokemon is having a hefty buffer in his favor and already getting a lot of KOs.
Oh,
But
Zacian.
look at that pressure. Zacian finds Cliffable once again. Another set of goals are being dunked. Zacian comes up with some more goals, but now they are being in the enemy territory. And not just that, they're just trying to rip at them apart, finish him. But the solar beam came into the play. The squishy one, Mew is about to get KO'd because multiple Pokemons are onto track. And yes, the KO will be coming.
Lapras being the one just trying to get some good scores, maybe some counter scores in the favor. Not an easy job. ScepTer will be coming with some small scores. Zacian meanwhile trying to just shut down Lapras at this moment and will be getting the KO for sure. The Water Pulse won't be that much effective. The Hyperspace hole has been activated, instant heal, and then back to the position where they actually came up from. Trying to steal the buffs from the side of Kolkata Tridents is definitely making that impact. Though we see the Icicle Spears being activated with the Solar Beam, Espeon won't be standing a good chance. But we just talk, the Zacian comes as a savior, might be coming with that Sacred Sword itself, gets the KO of Slowbro. Instantly Kamiru, who has been a very valuable player with that Zacian. And the very first round again being that one to drive the control Glacier in the very low HP. Lapras with a score of little scores won't be that much effective, though Uship is not just trying to get them stopped but to get the KOs at the very right moment when they're done scoring. It can be a good strategy as well, but if we just talk about right now, just getting some good scores, definitely using the Hyperspace hole violently. Omen just trying to give his teammates the proper heal that they require and just getting a good score in the bottom lane.
Yup, they are getting the scores, they are getting the points in their favor for sure. Bangalore Crushers is off to a really good start, and that's exactly what they wanted. Registeel has been appeared, and now the focus of Bangalore Crushers have been shifted in the bottom lane goal zone. Again, Zacian is the one getting the blessings of having the Registeel in his favor. Apart from all the other things, that Hyperspace loop is also going to help a lot. Hoopa is definitely that Pokemon which can turn the tides in their favor. Now, Cliffable also gets picked up. Meanwhile, when it comes to the fact of Snorlax, well, that was another set of goals being dunked. And finally, we can see a 133 coming from Bangalore Crushers, and apart from all the other things, the first goal zone of top lane already been destroyed. Along with that, now Reggie is also in the support system. So Lapras and the other Pokemon that is there as a defense for the second goal zone have to work out quite heavily. It's a Cliffable and Lapras coming into the play, along with some good amazing attacks coming from the Mew as well. Looking forward to see what happens. Glacian also coming into the play. Espeon finds a Mew. Again, another KO could be coming in. Yes, Espion finds a Cliffable as well. Reggie Leakey could be opening up with the shield, and that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Bangalore Crushers is now having more than 200 plus points in their favor. Kolkata Tridents still struggling to defend their own goal zones. Meanwhile, look at Daku in the bottom lane goal zone. He's just trying to farm as fast as possible because he knows that the level is not adequate to fight against the giants of Bangalore Crushers.
For now, if we just talk about how Bangalore Crushers, they're looking quite dominative as a comparison. If you see what Kolkata Tridents were having a start in the other two rounds, it's the same going for the Bangalore Crushers this time. But eventually, if you talk about level buffs have been created, the Zacian is at a good HP. Noxy will deal a good amount of damage, but now the Raptorus is also coming into the form as the Unite move is completely active for Cliffable and Lapras alongside Mew as well. There is still a good amount of time, 20 more seconds to go for the next objective to spawn up. The Slowbro might just be stacked and be KO'd. There is a bit of choices. The Sacred Sword will be activated, but won't be that much of effect because he managed to survive and sneak out of that position of that AoE. But still now, the next few seconds impactful. The Regirock arrives, the Sacred Sword alongside the Hyperspace Hole has been deployed not to make any kind of mistakes. Urshifu shuts down the Regirock, and eventually within seconds the Regirock has been secured. The Sacred Sword will definitely deal a good amount of damage. Lapras goes down by Espion's KO, and right now Bangalore Crushers, they are literally not wasting a single second for stacking on a single Pokemon.
Why would they? Because they want to just get the advantage. They want to get multiple KOs. Cliffable along the corner is also going to get KO'd for sure by the Zacian, and that's exactly what happens. Zacian, having the amazing amount of AO synergy, can actually go for the goal, but before that, focus gets shifted on the Reggie Eliki so that they can have their 6th man standing, I believe. That is the case for sure. But meanwhile, look at the Unites coming from Bangalore Crushers. I believe every single guy is ready with the Unite. Can't say the same for Kolkata Tridents because Cliffable was able to use its Unite and was not that fruitful because Zacian was able to pick him up and completely shut him down. Meanwhile, Zacian is at level 13. That's hefty. From the other corner, there is no one from Kolkata Tridents at even level 12 to be precise. But Hoopa with the Unite is coming up with some good shots. Will be able to get a KO or not? That's the biggest question. Urshifu finds a beautiful KO. Again, a lot of punches onto the Slowbro as well.
Right now, if we just talk about this is the kind of situation that we are looking forward to. Bangalore Crush is not willing to give up at any moment. Snorlax, you can see them in around the corners of the middle lane, around the corners of the legendary pet as well. Espion might be distracting with the Slowbro not to give them the room that they want. The Lapras comes up, will be getting Espion down at this moment. Snorlax manages to take an escape, but with 6 score left in this tower, he's barely stacking with 4 of the players. It's not an easy job for the Snorlax. Zacian pops in at the right moment, will be getting the KO of the Mew for sure, but they need some more. Zacian is completely being stunned out for some time, but the Sacred Sword just pops out in the right moment. Might just get the Cliffable down at this moment, again getting stunned. Zacian gets the Cliffable down. Kamiru's HP is really low, though it gets another KO. Might just be Lapras getting Zacian down, but on a counter, the Hoopa comes up. There's a triple KO coming up from the side of Bangalore Crushers. Will be quite effective. The Regis will take a good amount of time to be completely melted down as Zacian has been KO'd, and it will be around the cooldown period. The Hyperspace Hole has been activated. Will be going for instant heal and will be popping off again. Not to give the room, not to give it, and Espion gets the Regis for the side of Bangalore Crushers.
I mean, having a Hoopa is obviously going to give you that kind of advantage, being at the right time, at the right spot. That's exactly what is going to help them a lot. Look at that again. Noxy falls back. Noxy is once again going to be back in that particular bottom lane and once again try to fall back. But Noxy decides to go for the top lane goal zone because now the Reggie is going to come in, and yes, Reggie Eliki is now going to get confronted. Very hefty fight to be precise. Before the Reggie Rayquaza to be precise comes in, they have to take the Reggie Ice in their favor. Otherwise, it won't be that amazing. And look at that, they have done it. They are actually approaching the base goal zone. When that happens, it can be quite easy. But everybody from Kolkata Tridents is having a focus on this particular giant that's going to be Rayquaza. It's about to get melted. Who is that going to get that advantage? It is again in the favor of Glaceon. That's amazing. This time, True Rippers could be the one which is opening up the space in their favor. The KOs are coming in for sure, but meanwhile, look at that. The focus of Bangalore Crushers is also a similar one because they have the Reggie Eliki advantage. They wanted to secure as many goals as possible, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to come up with some amazing goals, and they are letting the guys from Kolkata Tridents to go ahead and get the scores done. But look at Bangalore Crushers with 663 points, even after not getting the Rayquaza, somewhere around Bangalore Crushers have figured out how they're going to get the advantage of this particular match and get a clean sweep. Look at that amazing spirits. Oh, that was a hefty solar beam coming from the Mew. Was unable to find a lot of picks. But still, good fight, good competition, a good aggression that was there. Was able to help Kolkata Tridents a bit more. But still, all in all, I would love to add on that Bangalore Crushers is the one which is again having the lead in the PO.
Well, this lead might just turn up into a disaster. The Glacier is still there with a 47 score. Can be a very destructive output if they can manage to get the score done right through right now. And this particular tower, it's completely unguarded. Urshifu is there just trying to stack up. Level 14 Urshifu, he's just trying to barely survive. Espion will be there, but the Glacier coming with a score of 43. Hoopa is there still in the backyard. Another 86 score coming up for the side of Bangalore Crushers, not letting any single room for the Kolkata Tridents to make any move. But Snorlax instantly shuts down. The Glacier gets the Espion down as well. There's double KO coming up from the side of the Tridents, but still the difference is that another 50 goal coming up from the side of Hoopa. It is quite effective though. We can see the Rings and Bound has been unleashed, not to give them the room, not to get any score. It's the final moments that we are looking forward to in a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's it.
The entire Kolkata Tridents will be wiped off, and with this the time runs out as Bangalore Crusher crushes the Kolkata Tridents once again to reclaim another victory in the Skyesports League 2023 with a 3-0 clean sheet.
2 matches played, 2 matches victorious. That's exactly what Bangalore Crushers is having in their favor. A clean sweep as well in their favor. They are definitely going to jump a lot in the leaderboard because when it comes to the average amount of goals, that is also quite decent. In the previous matchup, we did saw somewhere around 700 goals, so 600 I believe, 561 to be precise. And the first game we had 770, and in this one we have 805. So yes, Bangalore Crushers, despite of not having the Rayquaza, they timed it right. They knew that they have to secure the goals. And that Regieleki, don't you think so, Necros? That was a very sneaky but a very opportunistic pick from the corner. Before the Rayquaza came in, I believe just 2 or 3 seconds were left. They were able to secure the Regieleki. And what was the concern for Kolkata Tridents? They tried to go for the Rayquaza. They were able to get the Rayquaza advantage in their favor. But all in all, that Regieleki was able to help them a lot by opening that base goal zone. And we all know in the base goal zone, there is no limit. You can put infinite number of goals. That's exactly Bangalore Crushers was able to do.
Exactly, they completely took the entire advantage that they got by that Regieleki, and they utilized it so pretty well that they got a brilliant score. And with a 3-0 clean sweep, they joins the party of Hyderabad Nawabs in that clean sweep club. But if we just talk about this thing, might just be a bit more, effective thing that we are looking forward to. But for sure, at this point, we are just focusing on the next match which is going to come up. But before that, if we just talk about Kolkata Tridents after facing back-to-back 2 losses, it is going to be somewhat of bad start. Not a great start for the side of Kolkata Tridents. It's not a desirable start that they're looking forward to. In spite of having those beautiful players in the lineup, they're not being able to perform. And if you just talk about the graph, it has always been much greater for the side of Bangaluru Crushers from the very start of the game. And eventually they got a good lead till the very end of the 10 timer of 805 score. So yeah, for now, if you just see, this graph is just underlying below. Kolkata Tridents did not have a single chance to overtake Bangalore Crushers in the means of score or in the difference. But if you just talk about the contribution in every possible graph and the data we can see on the screen, reader, it's a brilliant match actually, to be precise. All the picks and the execution was pretty well from the side of Bangalore Crushers.
Oh, no doubt on that. Bangalore Crushers not being able to have that Rayquaza, but still effectively had the advantage of more than 300 plus goals as a buffer in the favor. That is absolutely hefty. No doubt Bangalore Crushers is the one experienced team which is able to completely nullify every strategy that was there from Kolkata Tridents, be it having the straight up advantage from the initial battle or being the one getting the Rayquaza in their favor. Kolkata Tridents, they did try everything. In the first match, I saw a beautiful KO streak coming from the corner. In the second game, I did saw trying to have the Rayquaza, trying to have that initial momentum onto the face of Bangalore Crushers. And in the third one, we did saw the Rayquaza getting stolen by Kolkata Tridents. But still, all in all, a complete clean sweeps coming from Bangalore Crushers was absolutely happy. With that Hoopa, it actually helped a lot.
Yes, not only the Hoopa but also the Zacian, they both actually managed to deliver so much impact throughout the game. Urshifu did well, but without that Hoopa factor, that hyperspace hold constantly providing the heals, transferring their allies towards the spawn just for getting the heals, and again bringing them back to the battlefield to just compete and get the KOs of Kolkata Tridents Pokemons. It was something that Hoopa for me has always been one of those best support Pokemons that we can ever actually call it out for. Hoopa is somewhat, again, as we say all the time, that it is one of those support Pokemons that does not have any other counter or an substitute in this entire game. It always plays a very crucial role whenever you are taking the decision. Though we can see each and every objective were secured by Bangalore Crushers from the very start, and they did not give a single room to anybody coming in their way.
Yeah, definitely that was the case. They were not even letting even a single Pokemon to pass through. Although they were getting the KOs in the last few minutes, we did saw in the last few seconds a beautiful rampage coming from Kolkata Tridents. But all in all, it was too late. The play of the game is here right now in the Sky League 2023 Pokemon Unite Day 3 Match 1. Game 3, if I'm not wrong. It's again Kamiru coming into the play with a Zacian. Before that, if I'm not wrong, Kamiru was there with the Gardevoir in the second game. And in this one, he has secured 154 goals, 13 KOs. That's absolutely amazing. 2 more than the previous matchup. And 8 assists as well. Damages of 92,822. This Zacian was on a roll. Recovery of 22,897. That was somewhere around 23,000 on an approximate level. So definitely Kamiru was the one guy that helped a lot when it comes to the action, when it comes to the initiation, when it comes to the counters for the team known as Bangalore Crushers.
That's for sure. Kamiru back to back. If I'm not wrong, it is going to be the second time out of those 3 rounds we're seeing Kamiru being that PP or the player of the game. But if you just see right now at this position, the way this clean sweep will help the side of Bangalore Crushers to bounce on the top, because if their average scores, I believe it will be much better than what the Hyderabad Nawabs have already said in the previous time. But yep, this is the initial result. This is the final result of this BO5 series, which was played between Bangalore Crushers versus Kolkata Tridents, in which Bangalore Crushers crushed the Kolkata Tridents with a 3-0 clean sweep. And they will be, with this win, they will be just jumping on the leaderboard to have a good spot for themselves above the Hyderabad Nawabs. Maybe I guess, because they do have a good kind of average score, but might not be because of the wins. Though Hyderabad Nawabs will be coming out with exactly another match exactly after this against the Chennai Clutches. That means, Raider, the #1 team will face the #2 team who were standing after the yesterday's matches in the leaderboard.
Have to see what happens in that particular BO5, but indeed, this particular match for day number 3, the start of day number 3 is absolutely hectic and absolutely amazing as well. Bangalore Crushers had some beautiful strategies in their own way, and Kolkata Tridents on the other corner. Every now and then they were trying to set a score. Not just that, they were trying to win. They were trying to open up after losing the first game. They were trying to open up and not give the advantage of having the series points to the Bangalore Crushers. But Bangalore Crushers did that beautifully in the game 2. They had the series point in the game 3 as well. After seeing the Rayquaza, for a second I did thought that the Glaceon and the other Pokemons coming from Kolkata Tridents can easily have the advantage of this particular game and maybe give us a 3-1 or a complete situation of 3-2 coming into the play of Kolkata Tridents, but that was not the case. All in all, a beautiful game coming from Kolkata Tridents, but still have to do a little bit more and have to get a little bit more efforts done in this particular game. Let's talk about the leaderboard. Let's talk about the report card, which is going to show us who is on the top, and that is Bangalore Crushers after playing 2 good matches, 2 wins, 1 clean sweep, and a 577 is going to be the average amount of goals that they have actually done. Hyderabad Nawabs is still actually quite hefty when it comes to the average goals, but we have to remember the fact is Hyderabad Nawabs have played just 1 match. They are about to play their second one today, and they had the clean sweep in the first match that they played against Delhi Masters, if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, Chennai Clutchers, 1 victory for them as well, but 545 points in their favor, and same goes for Punjab Pinnacles. They also had 1 victory out of the 2 matches that they played. So eventually Punjab Pinnacles and along with that Bangalore Crushers are the 2 teams in the top 4 teams that are there in the leaderboard, which have played 2 matches. The rest 2 teams have to figure out how they're going to perform in the next 2 matches that they're going to play, be it Hyderabad Nawab or some other teams like Delhi Masters as well. Delhi Masters is at the bottom right now in the leaderboard when it comes to those teams which have shown their stance. Yes, we are missing the action coming from Mumbai, but that will be there in tomorrow's fight, or maybe tomorrow, or maybe day after tomorrow to be precise. But before that, we'll get to see a short interview, and after that, we'll get to talk about that as well.
ट्रेमेंडस जॉब। और इंग्लिश कास्टर्स भी अगर वो सुन रहा तो
मैं जरूर उनको कन्वे कर दूंगा ये चीज। बट जो गेम आप लोगों ने शुरू किया है, आई मीन हर वे में कॉम्पोजिशन जो बना रहे आप लोग, इट्स बेटर देन दी ओपोनेंट। मैंने ये जरूर एनालिस्ट सेगमेंट पे भी कहा था। ये कॉम्पोजिशन के कॉल आउट्स कौन कर रहा है आपकी तरफ से?
देखो, इट्स अ टीम वर्क, सारे अपनी अपनी पोजीशन वो सब कर रहे हैं। कॉल आउट्स की अगर मैं बताऊं तो अपने जो जीआर के हैं, इवन कैमरू और वो सब कर रहे हैं। और बाकी जो यूनाइट्स के, जो मैं यूनाइट चला रहा हूँ, वो मेरी खुद की कॉल्स हैं। क्योंकि अगर मैं आपको बता कि 1 सेकंड में गेम चेंज हो जाती है, अगर वो कॉल आउट का
Yes.
वेट करूंगा यूनाइट चलाने के लिए, तो वो मौका जो गेम चेंजिंग हो सकता है। आपने देखा होगा, मैंने जब क्राइम की चलाई थी, फिर ग्लेशियन क्या कहते हैं, एसपीओन की, जब कमरुल
एसपीओन
टुक मी
की।
टू जैशियन, तो वो सब खुद की मेरी थी वो वाली। तो क्योंकि इतना तो आ ही जाता है अगर सोलो प्लेयर अगर आप खेल रहे हो, क्योंकि मैं सोलो भी खेलता हूँ। तो बाकी टीम वर्क है, और हम ड्राफ्ट ऑब्वियसली देख के बनाते हैं कि उनको काउंटर कैसे करा जाए, वो सारी चीजें।
वेल देखिए, लास्ट
उसमें
गेम जब ड्राफ्ट हुआ था तभी पता लग गया था कि ये मुकाबला भी ऑलमोस्ट 90% आपका ही विक्ट्री कह रहा है। बिकॉज हाँ, कम ऑन, जेशियन है आपके पास, उर्शिफो है आपके पास, यू हैव एसपीओन एज वेल, ओपोनेंट में म्यू एंड ग्लेशियन, सो जो दोनों जो स्क्वेशी है। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा आपसे ये जरूर कि आपके अकॉर्डिंग सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट टीम, जिनका हमने ऑलरेडी गेम देख लिया है, चाहे वो हारे हो जीते हो, आपको काउंटर करने में सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल किसके अगेंस्ट में हो सकता है?
देखो, मेरे बहुत सारे भाई हैं जो प्रो लोग हैं, जितने उनको तो भाई कहता हूँ, बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ मैं। तो
जरूर जरूर।
देखो उनके अगेंस्ट मेरे को खेलना पड़ रहा है, खैर खेलना तो पड़ेगा ही अब। एंड मेरे को अपने जो एसडीएल वाले या आरएनटी हैं, फिर अपने मार्कोस वाले भी काफ़ी, देखो उन्होंने दिल्ली को कितनी बुरी तरह हराया था। तो ये सब है, और देखते हैं इन द फ्यूचर क्या हमारे, हम क्योंकि लैपरस बैन करा जा रहा है, आप लोगों ने देखा लैपरस उस टाइम बैन करा जा रहा है, ना हमें कॉपी
यस
दिया है,
यस,
ना लैपरस दिया जा रहा है।
वो सब कमीरू
वो
की
सब
वजह
अपनी
से
गेम
ही है,
अप कर
ठीक
रहे
है।
हैं। कमिरू इज अनदर लेवल, ही जस्ट
He is
ओके। एंड
incredible.
बाकी गॉड्स एंड वाले भी ऐसे नहीं, कमिरू दे आर आल्सो डूइंग देयर बेस्ट, ठीक है। इट्स नॉट अ सिंगल प्लेयर गेम, ठीक है। ऊपर से फिर मेरे को अपना
Absolutely.
खुद का देखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहता कि मैं बर्डन बनूं एज अ सीसी, क्योंकि 4 प्लेयर्स है प्रो ऑलरेडी, उनके साथ सिंक बिठाना फिर खेलना, तो मेरे को बहुत ध्यान से भी वो भी खेलना पड़ता है। तो एक ये भी है कि आप लोगों को क्या कहते हैं, आप तो एक तो मैंने आपका एनालिस्ट सुना है, एक तो मेरे को लगता है आप हमारी ना किसी ने ड्राफ्ट लीक कर दोगे, आपको काफी सारी नॉलेज है, मैं बता रहा हूँ। मैंने सुना, मैंने लाइव स्ट्रीम देखी, मैंने बाद में मैंने कहा बाप रे, ये दोनों खतरनाक है, इवन इंग्लिश कास्टर्स भी। हैट्स ऑफ, हैट्स ऑफ।
थैंक यू सो मच। तन्मय, अगर आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं, फिर हम
जी।
इनको प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए और टाइम देने के लिए।
देखिए, मैं तो देख रहा हूँ लाइक दोनों ही मैचेस आप जिस तरीके से जीते, पहला गेम आप पंजाब पिनाकल्स के साथ हार गए थे, उसके बाद लाइक अचानक से 3 गेम जीत गए। तो क्या आप पहले मैच में थोड़ा हल्के खेले थे, या फिर लाइक क्या क्या था उस दिन?
तो पहला मैच थोड़ा उनका सामने वाला कॉन्फिडेंस अप करने के लिए हार गया था, क्योंकि मैं सिल्वन खेलता नहीं हूँ,
अच्छा।
तो सिल्वन ऐसे
ये चीजें
ये
सिर्फ
reason था,
गॉड्स
क्योंकि मैं
एंड
सिल्वन नहीं
प्लेयर्स
खेलता।
ही कर सकते हैं, एंड यू नो दिस इज
तो
एन एग्जांपल। बट ऑफ कोर्स, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आपके सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ओपोनेंट्स को भी एंड आपको भी, एंड होप आप ऐसे ही ड्रामेटिक परफॉर्मेंसेस देते रहेंगे। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had an amazing interview session by the content creator from the side of the Bangalore Crushers. They had told us some kind of briefings, but yeah, we were just going and discussing about how they were planning up to come up against Kolkata Tridents. But it was a wonderful match, and congratulations to the side of Bangalore Crushers for winning it and having a lead in the leaderboard. But for now, we are going to take a very short break. This side Necros alongside Raider will be taking a short break and coming up right after it with the second match of the day.
Ravens care.
I can feel your energy, energy. It's like you're standing next to me. You're forever on my mind. You're forever by my side. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy. Your love is immortal. Your love is immortal. You're part of every breath I take. Light that's shining over me. You're there for every choice I make. Guide to help me find my way. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy. Your love is immortal.
me a taste.
Qu'est-ce qui m'arrive? Qu'est-ce que je représente? Qui je suis, putain? Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro. C'est comme ça que ça se termine. Une balle dans la tête.
Break in the Skyesports League 2023 Pokemon Unite. We did saw 2 beautiful days of action, to be precise, and this is the third day. Match 1 was already done. Bangalore crushed us with a 3-0 in their favor. That was a glorious victory for sure. And we did saw a beautiful intro coming from Pokegamer, which actually told us that how beautiful the insight is and how they are actually trying to figure out how they are going to perform, how they are going to build a strategy and stuff like that. We did saw that there were some shuffles coming into the play as well. But Necros, I want to ask you, what do you think in the next match is going to happen?
Well, I really am looking forward to the next match. I'm expecting it to be around like it will, push back to that decided round, 5 rounds we might be expecting, because both the teams individually they have performed tremendously well. If you just talk about Hyderabad Nawabs, what a great start they had of this Skyesports League 2023 with a complete 3-0 scoreline. But if you just look onto the schedule of today's day, that the match one that went up, it was Bangaluru Crushers versus Kolkata Tridents, in which they actually managed to get a clean sweep over Kolkata Tridents. So right now, as we just talk about the match number 2, Hyderabad Nawabs will be taking on Chennai Clutchers. It's a very important match for both the teams, as both have already won their first match. But out of these two, only one will continue their streak after today's game. So which team will it be? Is it Hyderabad or Chennai? We have to just look out, because if you just talk about it has to be like Hyderabad has got a very big average scoreline difference that they actually carry out. If they manage to win today's game, they will be again taking over the top place, the #1 spot for their side.
It will be a tough one, but for sure they're going to bag out that particular space. If they get a clean sweep as well, that will be again quite amazing. But guys, remember, Pokemon Unite World Championship Series May qualifiers is already live. The registration for that is already live. Check out the description for all the links which are going to specify how you are going to register, what kind of schedule and stuff you are going to follow. But if you are guys enjoying the competition that is there in this particular Skyesports League 2023, if you enjoy the game Pokemon Unite, if you have a roster, go for it. You will have an amazing experience and you will get to know how beautiful the competitive scenario of this game particularly is. But all in all, Hyderabad Nawabs is going to face off another beautiful match against Chennai Clutchers. Looking forward to see how Chennai Clutchers is going to bag out the victory, because Chennai Clutchers, they have to do that. On the hindsight, if I talk about Hyderabad Nawabs, they have already been pushed to the second place. If you guys remember the leaderboard that we did talk about in the previous caster deck. So yeah, for Hyderabad Nawabs, maintaining that kind of lead, maintaining that kind of pace is going to be really very important. Although for that, they have to be consistent in terms of the clean sweeps. They have to be consistent in terms of the average goals as well. Because if average goals are not that much, Bangalore Crushers might just have the win.
Exactly, and if we just talk about right now, this is definitely something that we're looking forward to. But now it's a time that right now our main focus will be on this match as we spoke earlier. But what about the picks that we might be expecting? See, I was predicting the previous match drafts, and probably when we just saw there were like almost kind of similars, but that doesn't matter right now. It's long gone right now, Raider. But now it's the time. I am just trying to open up my dictionary and just trying to focus on my mind and trying to predict what can we expect from the draft. So the first ban I am expecting might be a Lapras and an Urshifu, though there might be changes, but still I'll stick with it.
Three Pokemons are there which are getting banned. Oftentimes, if you talk about the past 2 days and eventually this particular match one as well for this day 3, that is Lapras for sure, along with the Zacian and an Urshifu, as you said. So definitely these are the 3 key Pokemons. I also want to just put a note on that these might are going to get banned. On the other corner, no speedsters as such. Yes, Bangalore Crushers was banning down the Dojo many times, but I believe that is just the meta that the particular team known as Bangalore Crushers wanted to go with. Other than that, I believe there is no particular speedster or an attacker which is getting banned oftentimes. That is going to be quite amazing to see. But yeah, all in all, the wait is over. Drop pick phase is about to come in, and we'll get to see in the Thea Sky Ruins which team is going to be the first picker, and that is going to be Hyderabad Nawabs, who is going to pick the first Pokemon. But before going to that stage, we are at the ban phase where we'll get to see either a single Pokemon getting banned from both the sides or some other Pokemons getting banned from each side. To be precise, 2 Pokemons are to be the one which are going to get banned. Looking forward to see which are going to be those 2 Pokemons. Is it going to be a Lapras ban or a Zacian ban or a Urshifu ban or some other supporter which is going to come into the play? A Dodrio and a Lapras. Well, Lapras is already right, but Dodrio coming into the play, a speedster out of the equation coming from Hyderabad Nawabs. That shows they want to have an aggressive stance rather than going for a sneaky one.
Well, this ban's definitely are looking forward to some definite actions. While Novaa Swifty comes up with an Urshifu and comfy pick, Pokéboy and Tesla. We can expect for a Cliffable as well as, if you just talk about Espeon, might just fit right in that composition, and Volc picks it up. On the other hand, Blizzard might just go with the Machamp and the Slowbro, definitely can fit right. But what will be the counter for Yuaa and Tesla? Yuaa, Tesla, if you talk about, they've gotten, they might just go with another all-rounder, might hit with a Buzzwole, but I really doubt they might be going with a Buzzwole because there is a chance that we might be seeing a Glaceon, and it can be like Charizard, might just not be Charizard, but okay, so Hoopa.
Hoopa coming into the play. Again, I would love to see how Hoopa is going to be a beneficial Pokemon, because we did saw in the clean sweep how beautiful Hoopa was while supporting the team known as Bangalore Crusher. So definitely looking forward to see how the Hyderabad Nawabs are going to come into the play. No speedster whatsoever for Hyderabad Nawabs, and when it comes to the picks from Chennai Clutches, I'm looking forward to see what XesoL is going to pick. Oh, an all-rounder coming into the play. That will be interesting for sure. Double all-rounder pick for Chennai Clutches, meanwhile having a supporter and an attacker along with a defender, to be precise. But on the hindsight, if we talk about the particular team known as Hyderabad Nawabs, they have a double supporter approach coming in, but Hoopa is not just a supporter, it's a chaotic Pokemon.
Hoopa can actually make the difference from the very first round if you just look after. Tesla is actually holding it right, and yep, they've got a Blastoise even also, so that they can actually, you rationalize the attack with from the side of XesoL, like playing with a Scyther probably. He will be just, neutralizing that factor. Coming up, XesoL will be coming with those attacks against the, maybe just trying to counter the Zacian alongside the Urshifu, and in that particular moment, Espeon might just use the stuns to, concast the others. But in that moment, the Rapid Spin and that Water Sprout combination can actually be very deadly for the side of Chennai Clutches. It can be very, very dangerous for them. But Hyderabad Nawabs, I don't know what they are planning right now, but the composition looks really promising. Same goes for Chennai Clutches as well. And I really expect the first round to be of a very, very coming up, like it might just end up in a very dramatic ending. We might expect from the very first round.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure. The dramatic endings, the aggressive ones could be there for sure. But Hyderabad Nawabs and Chennai Clutches are ready and they are on. The Kung Fu is actually going to go for the mid lane if I'm not wrong, and then get the purple and orange buff and also buff of the levels. That is also quite crucial. On the hindsight, if we're talking about the Comfy and the EV, they are also pushing forward on the top lane. They are getting Clutches is going to be Alpha Clasher. On the other corner, if I'm not wrong, it will be Pokeboy for Hyderabad Nawabs. Push is already there. Clippable wants to come up with a goal and was able to do that. 8 amazing AOS energy have already been dunked. Another set of 5 AOS energy dunked from this portal is also going to help them a lot. EV, Blizzard wanted to level up, and that's why coming up with some good fights. Hoopa also is trying to dish out a lot of damage, but Slowbro is again trying to come up with some good counters.
See, they need those KOs from a very early stage. We can see the user's Sacred Sword immediately by the side of Glacian. They're not going to waste a single moment of time. 1 minute has passed and eventually they've leveled up to level 5. Zacian is just leveling up a bit faster, which is good for them, even for the side of Urshifu as well. The Hyperspace Hole will be of a very valuable factor. The Sacred Sword again getting a good amount of damage. Pushing back Blizzard is definitely a move that we might expect, using the Hyperspace Hole just to heal up, and again coming back into the action. Zacian will be looking forward to just farm and feed on those neutral Pokemon just to level up as fast as possible, though we can see the Clippable being in some serious condition. Water won't be able to just defend it, defend the attacks and nullify it, though we might expect a KO from the side of Zacian, but Urshifu steals those berries to gain those HP and to make some counter attacks eventually.
See, the counter attacks are for sure going to be there. Chennai Clutches are already setting up that embarkment to just counter the score, and other than that, Hyderabad Nawabs with 26 points, Chennai Clutches with 35. Once again, they're getting the scores, they're trying their level best to build up that synergy, and apart from that, the level buffs. That's really important. Meanwhile, everybody from Hyderabad Nawabs are off to a very aggressive stance. They're trying to push forward. They're trying to be a little bit more defensive as well. Same goes for the guys of Chennai Clutches, but then Slowbro is going to be on the bottom lane. There are 3 Pokemons on the bottom lane from Hyderabad Nawabs, but on the top lane there is a complete ruckus going on. Hyperspace Loop is already there. In order to defend, they have to come up, and that's exactly what they did. Urshifu has been countered. The other ones, I believe that's a Sylveon already out of equation. On the hindsight, Volc is going to come up with another set of 30 goals. Nawabs off to a really good start with 77 amazing goals from the corner. I believe it's going to go from that particular stage to 107, and that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, also getting the neutral Pokemons, also getting the buffs. Sizer is also about to go down.
Well, if you just see around these corners right now, Hyderabad Nawabs, they're looking quite better, and Chennai is also giving a good tough time to them as well. Though that Hoopa factor is giving a little buff to the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, but this time they don't want to give any kind of room. Zacian will be there with that Sacred Sword, might just not try to come up with any kind of steals, though the Hyperspace Hole being used. The Regirock will be secured by the Hyderabad Nawabs. Eventually, Zacian comes up with the Sacred Sword, will be dealing a good amount of damage to counter Slowbro, but Espion gets that KO for his name. Though there is a counter scoring coming up from the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, just trying to manage up and take a good lead. The main focus is to steal the buffs that they can, and eventually Zacian will be successful for just doing it. Yuaa also comes with a score of 38 on the top lane and will be just completely destroying the first tower that we see on the top lane for the side of Chennai Clutchers. And with this, the start has been brilliant for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs. But Chennai Clutches still managing and trying to make some counter moves as fast as possible.
They have to come up with some good moves, otherwise the lead from Hyderabad Nawabs is going to suppress them a lot, and that's exactly what is happening. Kyurem is about to secure another set of 40, but look at that, as Hoopa, the Hyperspace Loop is helping them a lot. Every now and then, whenever they are trying to approach a single goal zone, Chennai Clutchers are getting faced by the defenders, by the attackers coming from Hyderabad Nawabs, and they're just completely coming with some good KOs. And look at that, another KO is about to come in. Damage on Blizzard is absolutely mesmerizing. That Sylveon had to fall back. And on the hindsight, if we talk about Novaa and the Comfy, Urshifu and the Comfy to be precise, they are also trying their best to come up with some good strategies. Well, if I'm not wrong, Zacian was about to secure 40 goals, but all of a sudden there was the retaliation from Chennai Clutchers and it helped them a lot. Otherwise, the dent in the game will be hefty. But Espion was able to back out the Regie League, and now the distraction is going to work out for a lot. And there is already a Hyperspace Loop in the first goal zones, so that is helping them a lot for sure. Zacian once again trying to push forward with the sword. trying to attack a bit. Stun is there from the slow bro, but still Zacian is going to fall back. He's about to get KO'd, and yes, the KO comes in, but on the other guy.
Well, the Scyther move did not work the way it should have been, but Zacian being that one to take the cruise control. Urshifu is in a very low HP, will be countered by the rings and bound, though the players have already arrived, but there will be a number of scores that are being poked down up by Hyderabad Nawabs, and eventually when you just see the Regilik is still there in effect, the hyperspace hold being used, you will get all the plenty amount of heals that they're waiting for. Even Blastoise comes up again, won't be having a good score, but though they've secured another time the Regirock and the complete control of this game. Even the level buff is in the favor for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs for now. The hyperspace hold being activated might just play an important role. Mereum will be going for the top lane just to assist the Hoopa for just providing a good cover to this tower, because eventually the Sacred Sword will deal a good amount of damage, though we can see the level 13 Zacian is going to be a very big hindrance for the Chennai Clashers. They won't be even able to counter it, though there is a 40 score completely settled up by the Zacian, but his main focus is just to get all the buffs of Chennai Clutches, and he will be completely succeeding in doing that. So the Zacian is also playing a very important role. Mereum will have the entire responsibility to take over all the towers as well as get the KOs as fast as possible, though we can see the Psychic Solar being used by Espeon. There won't be any counters, but well, definitely there's Rapid Spin and the Water Sprouts making a big difference.
Yeah, the KO are coming in for sure. Hoopa with the Unite move was absolutely on point. The Wings and Bound helped them a lot, to be precise. Chennai Clutchers have been again suppressed. Meanwhile, when it comes to the level up, that is also kind of decent. Look at Zacian, level 14 is already there for him. Not even a single guy from the team known as Chennai Clutchers is close to the level 12. That shows the anticipation. That was absolutely on point. Capable on the other corner is also trying to approach for the top lane, because there is a clash, there is a beautiful retaliation coming in. Another set of KO. Urshifu gets out of the equation. Level 15 is awaited from the Zacian, and I believe that can come very soon. But another set of 50, that's a 150. But obviously the gold zone is going to get destroyed before that, and that's exactly what happened. Look at that, Zacian is still not been able to secure its own 50 goal, but now the focus should be shifted a little bit on the Regieleki, and after that the Rayquaza is also going to come in. So yes, another 30 seconds are going to be really crucial, and for that Zacian and his teammates, I mean Hyderabad Nawabs, are getting ready with the Regieleki to have this advantage of the 6th Pokemon, and that's exactly what they did. Zacian was able to have the advantage of it. Regirock is standing there, Blastoise is going to attack onto it, so it might help them a lot, and there is an anticipation coming in from the other guys. Like Chennai Clutchers are also trying their level best to have a hand in this fight. Hoopa is trying to attack onto the Slowbro, but the advantage falls in the hands of Espeon and the teammates of Hyderabad Nawabs, and with this they can for sure melt down the Rayquaza, get the KOs done, get the fights in their favor. Seems like that the first game of this match through is kind of in the hands of team known as Hyderabad Nawabs. Multiple KOs coming in. Zacian was able to bag out the final takedown in the perspective of Chennai Clutchers. And look at that, Zacian is not going to go for the goals. He's trying to just KO down Novaa at this point.
See, he is quite aware that there will be counters, like the scores can be done by any of his players, and now the main focus is just to shut down the Urshifu, because he doesn't want to let them to make any kind of counter scores. And right now, if you just talk about the shield being broken down, Zacian is still there with a 50 score, might just come up at any moment. With the Blastoise still trying to make the difference. Scyther is there, not allowing anybody to make any kind of moves against him. The Unite move being used, still the scores are just coming one after another. Hyderabad Nawabs, the amount of difference they have scored is really tremendous. Though the Zacian is still there with a score of 50, not trying to just come outside, because already the match is done. Hyderabad Nawabs can actually win it very easily, and a bitter domination we can actually sense and expect, or what we saw in this match is also like almost 80% contribution, or maybe a 60% contribution towards the side, from the side of Zacian throughout the match. The way he played, the way he leveled up as fast as possible, he created the difference. The level 15 Zacian and level 15 Blastoise is definitely something that everybody should fear of.
Look at the levels, man. As you said, level 15 Espeon is there, level 15 Blastoise is there, level 15 Zacian is there, but now spots are working out. Wings and Bound once again coming from the guy known as Hoopa, and they are definitely attacking. They are definitely putting a lot of pressure on Chennai Clutchers, and the level buff is absolutely amazing. Another set of 845 goals is what we are waiting on. I believe the 900 margin could be crossed very soon. That can happen. Yeah, they are getting close. They are getting close for sure. but the timer is about to run out. The KOs are coming in for sure. They're going in the spawn area, seems like that. They're trying to get as many KOs as possible before the round gets piped out, and that's exactly what they did. Match 2, Game 1 is already done, and the Nawabs are looking hefty with a score around 900 points, somewhere around 881. That's a hefty score coming from the corner. There is a buffer of somewhere around 600 plus points between the Chennai Clutches and Hyderabad Nawabs.
Well, this is the very first round that we have seen, and Hyderabad Nawabs, the way they have started, it's really something that we are looking forward to, because for now, it's just what we expect from the top-notch teams. But Chennai Clutches, they were completely denied of this composition. Though we can see that Hyderabad Nawabs, the picks, the composition that they had were tremendous, and with this one, this 881 score will definitely use a good amount of I would say that good chunk of average points they have already accumulated after this round win. But they have to win it with a clean sweep again, then only they can make that move count better and better, because if we just talk about it's going to be like around my opinion, we might be expecting a 1-all in the next round for sure. But Raider, what do you think? What can the composition be? We can expect the composition changes in the second round.
I guess the Urshifu ban could be there, or Lapras is for sure going to be banned. That's my pick for the ban phase. But apart from that, when it comes to the pick phase, I would love to see some Charizards coming into the play, or maybe Hoopa. Hoopa was there for sure, but for Chennai Clutches, I believe the Hoopa could be quite beneficial because they are unable to get that attack, or should I say the counter strategies working out against Hyderabad Nawabs. So if those Pokemons are going to be into the play, that will be absolutely mesmerizing. But coming back to the fact of the details, so look at that, guys, 26-35, that's what they had, and kind of a very big jump was there from Chennai Clutches in the initial 2 minutes. But after that, straight up 194 points, that means straight up 150 plus points were dunked down by the Nawabs in the next 2 minutes. And after that, a straight up victorious lead was there, and Rayquaza advantage was the one thing that we are waiting on. And after the 8-minute marker was hit, I believe in just 20 seconds, the Rayquaza was there in the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs.
The way I just said one more time that the way they played it was pure domination and destruction that we saw from their side. From the very start of the game, they started off with some early KOs or maybe with some early scores. Urshifu, he was completely denied of the fact that Zacian played. Mereum, if you just talk about the way he played, the way he controlled the entire game by that using that Zacian, actually justifies that next round we are expecting at least the Zacian to get banned for sure, because they don't want again Chennai Clutches, they don't want again that kind of Zacian attacks coming up against them another one more time even also. Though the contribution of the entire team played a major role, I would say the Zacian always was standing beside them to help them with the KOs in order to just survive any situation that they were facing, and eventually they won the match by those things, as only on those things basis. The Sacred Sword alongside this combination, the heavy attacks from the side of Zacian managed to deal n number of KOs that can nobody imagine even also.
Yeah. Multiple KOs, multiple level bumps, that's what Zacian was working on. And eventually look at that, how beautifully in just, I believe, 10 seconds, not just 10 seconds, 5 seconds, I believe, it was the Rayquaza which was there in the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs. And after that, Hyderabad Nawabs were not going to score the goals. The Zacian went on to take down the Urshifu and the Comfy as well, and then he was able to secure some more goals into the favor. 881, that's a hefty margin that was there from Hyderabad Nawabs, and the way they were playing was absolutely amazing. And definitely Zacian is going to be the one guy, Mereum to be precise, is going to be the one guy who's going to become the player of the game with 18 knockouts and 12 assists. That's hefty. So he was part of 13 knockouts. That's amazing. And on the other corner, the goals are 128, 1,15,451 is going to be the damage, and 15,960 is the recovery points for this guy, Mereum. Hands down, a beautiful should I say chaos constitution was there from his corner. I would love to see how the answers will be there from Chennai Clutches, how they're going to answer the carnage coming from Mereum. I mean, every single team have guys like Mereum and Kamiru who are just chaotic when it comes to their stance.
See, this thing is something we have to just really focus on, that 1-0 is the scoreline, and as we have seen in the previous day as well, Chennai Clutches, they won the match in the previous day, but what did it cost? It cost them one round at least, and after that everything went in their favor. So in that case, I might be expecting the same thing from the side of Chennai Clutches as well in today's game. Though there are the two big Nawabs that we are expecting from the side of Hyderabad, because if you just talk about Mereum, he played a major role alongside the other players as well. They played so tremendously well. It's very uh, you know it's tough to select any one of the players or any two of the players from the side of Hyderabad, the Nawabs, because all the players played so fearlessly and so brilliantly. Oh, it's very hard to predict what is going to come up next, because both the teams, they have the equal protect, like I would say, potential, and but at the very moment, Chennai Clutches, they will not let this series go away out of their hands, because they want to just complete and maintain their winning streak what they have started off with this yesterday's match.
And if you guys are enjoying the competition, guys, make sure to be a part of this particular competition, this particular game, because Pokemon Unite World Championship Series, the May qualifiers, the registration for that particular qualifiers is already open. You can go ahead, check out the description so you can get all the updates and all the formula, how you are going to register, what you are going to play with, and stuff like that. All in all, I believe if you have a roster, if you want to gain an experience, you can for sure go for the registrations. But yes, the match 2, game 1 was absolutely fluent. And somewhere around, I guess there is a statement from Hyderabad Nawabs that they want to make out again a clean sweep in their favor. If that is going to happen, it will be absolutely hefty. But now the top phase once again is going to be there. The ban phase is going to be the first phase that we are going to talk about. Meanwhile, remember guys, the battle arena is going to be Thea Sky Ruins. And in this ban phase, again I'm expecting a Lapras ban coming in along with a Zacian. That could come in. But yes, Hyderabad Nawabs will be the second picker. The first advantage of having a pick is going to be from Chennai Clutches. And let's see how Chennai Clutches is going to formulate it out. But before that, the ban phase is going to be the one crucial phase we have to talk about, because this phase can decide a lot of stuff. Because if Lapras is not going to be banned, if Zacian is not going to be banned, things can change. And exactly the same bans are coming, a Lapras and a Zacian. Lapras coming from Chennai Clutches and Zacian coming from Nawabs.
Well, I have to say, Raider, your prediction game is just going a bit high. So no matter, you're in my competition and I'll try to take you down again once more. But if you just talk about the first pick, Blizzard definitely might just go, but no, it's not a Dodrio. I just thought there might be just the first pick of Dodrio, but they have decided to go with the Cliffable alongside the Dodrio pick. Falls up in the hand of Volc alongside Pokéboy, who is got that Comfy. He was going for the Comfy, but Pokéboy decided to stick with the Urshifu, and sorry, Yuaa decided to stick with the Urshifu and go it for the first time, because they are allowing that XesoL and Novaa might just come with any brilliant picks of their choice.
I mean, the picks are going to be for sure crucial, and having a speedster along with the all-rounder is definitely going to help Hyderabad Nawabs a lot when it comes to having the stealthy attacks in their favor. Espeon coming into the play from Blizzard, and Snorlax is going to use Alpha Snorlax, to be precise, is going to use the Slowbro as a defender. Trevenant. If Pokeboy is going to have that particular Pokemon, it is going to help them a lot for sure. That's one thing I'm actually going to count on. Tesla on the other corner picks up the Hoopa. Again, a beautiful advantage will be there for sure, I believe that.
Well, the Hoopa is again playing a major role. They don't have a Zacian, there's no problem for that. But the Trevenant, Urshifu and the Dodrio can actually be very much impactful, that what they can actually get acquainted with. But XesoL and Novaa's taking with the Delphox, and XesoL going with Aegislash as of now. Yep. Definitely we can see that Mereum, if you just talk about the last pick for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, what Pokemon is it going to be for the side of Mereum? Is it okay? So it's a Blastoise. It's a very big Blastoise, which I believe it's almost the same composition, Raider, but there is one change around the corner. That Zacian is not there, and that might be a bit effective for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs as well.
It can be. Now Hyderabad Nawabs have decided to go a little bit more sneaky, meanwhile having a tank effect in their favor. So they have the defenders, which can easily pack a lot of punch. And on the other corner, Dodrio, that can be a very good Pokemon when it comes to securing the goals, when it comes to having the stealthy attacks, when it comes to stealing the particular objective Pokemons. Hoopa on the other corner, those hyperspace loops are obviously going to help them a lot for sure. And the heavy hitter Urshifu is already there. Meanwhile, coming back to the fact of Chennai Clutches, we do have a Cliffable as a supporter, double attacker approach, Espeon and a Delphox. I kind of doubt Delphox is going to be that much menacing, but yes, Aegislash coming into the play after so much time period, I believe, has been passed. I would love to see how XesoL is going to play with it.
Interesting questions coming up, and what we can actually do is just to witness the match and get the details what is going to come up next and what is the verdict of this match. For now, we have seen a 1-0 lead. Chennai Clutches, they are desperate to lead for a counter-attack. But if you can see, Chennai Clutches will be starting on the left side, and the Hyderabad Nawabs will be just starting over the right side. Probably this is going to be the very, very interesting contest that we're going to see between both the teams, because none of them has got a very big or, I would say, composition, because there is no Zacian. There will be a very less chances of getting a KO in a very close range until and unless you are, trying to face Ushiku or Trevenant in the close range.
Oh man, it's not going to be easy for sure. That is the one big thing I would love to add on. Hyderabad Nawabs have already started with a good lead. I mean, not a very good lead, but then again, there is a buffer of 5 amazing points. That's kind of decent. Meanwhile, the particular Espion is just trying to attack on the Blastoise and on the Squirtle, to be precise, and it's working out. Squirtle now falls back, gets the berries so that he can heal himself and once again be there in the attack. Koopa, this is a really good Pokemon, to be precise, as a supporter, but then again as an X-Factor for the team. Can work out quite well, and that's exactly what is happening. Look at that, Squirtle finds out Clippable, was able to take him down. Meanwhile, Hoopa is also trying to take the level buffs. So yes, the level buffs are going to be really very important. Urshifu on the back end tried his level best to get as many as buffs, and he was able to get it. Look at that, level 5 is what he is having. But meanwhile, the counter attacks are also coming in. He had to fall back, he has to fall back, otherwise he's going to get KO'd. But yeah, he was able to do that amazing stuff where he is going to fall back, he's going to heal back once again. And there is already Hoopa working it out so that it can keep you back to the base and once again come back at the same lane, fight back if he wants to. But yes, leveling up scenario is going to be really crucial, and that's what XesoL is keen on.
Well, if you just talk about right now, the Trevenant is also making and trying to make some counter attacks in the other bottom towers as well, just trying to get the KOs and gain some good level buffs for himself. But it's not that easy on the top lane. There is a big stack coming up from side of Squirtle as well, alongside it's Cliffable, who is just coming out with some good scores, and I believe it's not that going to be easy, because there is a very big revenge factor just walking for the side of Chennai Clutches, because they anyhow by hook or by crook wants Hyderabad Nawabs to lose one match at least, because if they just can go and do that, they might be coming with an equalizer as well. But Chennai Clutches, if we just talk about, still now they have got a complete attacking idea and the strategy that they're implementing inside the match.
I mean, they're not letting go even a single chance of having the KOs, even a single chance of getting the goals. And Dodrio finds a Cliffable out of the equation. Finally, level 7, that's what they have. Ushifu, the heavy hitter, has secured 2 amazing knockouts back to back. Delphox on the other corner wants to have the advantage of the particular neutral Pokemons, was unable to do that. Now Trevenant is at question from the Delphox, and Trevenant is also going to fall back for sure. But look at Dodrio. I mean, that's the biggest advantage that you have. The triple heads, the triple scores that he can dunk down, and eventually the way this particular Pokemon is quite fast. Chennai Clutches, now the whole focus of that particular team is on the Registeel. They want to have the advantage out of it. But Trevenant is here. He could have been the one who is going to have the advantage out of it. But fortunately, Espion was able to get it. Squirtle, the advantage of getting the knockouts out there. Look at that. Exactly, triple Q coming in. With that, Cliffable also out of equation. That means 4 Pokemons are already out of equation. The first goal zone in the bottom lane has already been destroyed. A buffer of around 120 plus points is there. Hoopa and the guys and the giants coming from the team is absolutely amazing. But the Edge Slash is going to corner the Hoopa. Seems like that Hoopa is going to be out of equation, and that's exactly what happened. Although the teleportation situation was there, Hyperspace Loop was already there. It wanted to fall back, but it was too late.
Well, for now, if you just talk about 135 and 14, the difference is vast, big. If you just see around the corners, Hyderabad Nawabs just trying to take a good lead. Slowbro might be the one to get KO'd from this area, but top lane is looking quite interesting, though we see a big stack happening on that upper side. Slowbro is very, very much determined. They won't be just trying to get out of that position, though the Hyperspace was being activated, the Water Sprouts and the Rapid Spin trying to make some good buffs for their side, but well, the Blasters will be KO'd. There's no chance, because their Edgy Slash making a good impact will be coming back again onto the track to get the Edgy Slash go up, go down with them, and then alongside it is going to be a very, very challenging fight for the side of Chennai Clutches, because even the Regidiki was not at all contested. The first hit was Urshifu, but then it was it actually went out in a different direction, but nobody actually were able to claim it. Now the main focus again on the bottom objective is going to be real for the side of the other part, but Raider right now, if you see the top lane being so much congested.
And the wings and bound is already there. The Hoopa is working it out, and the KOs are coming in from the Blastoise. It was the Delphox who have been KO'd out, and if I'm not wrong, Hoopa finds one, Edge Test was the other Pokemon. Meanwhile, Trevelyan finds Espeon. That means every single Pokemon from Hyderabad Nawabs are having their own fun, are getting the advantages from their own corner. But now, Reggie Eliki is coming onto the Giants of Hyderabad Nawabs, so that can be a hefty one, because Clippable was the one which was able to seal it. Although Clippable wanted to fall back, wanted to just be a little bit on the hindsight and wanted to just get away from the situation, was unable to do that. Dodri also gets countered by the Little Fox. Now Hyderabad, the Nawabs are going to get an answer from the Clutchers, and that's exactly what is happening. Now the focus gets shifted towards the Regirock as well. Regirock has been there. Wings and Bound could be coming in once again, but before that the Hyperspace Loop is there. Blastoise again attacking with the water spouts. Still, the damage has been done. I believe the KO could be coming in very soon. Edge Slash finds Regirock. Blastoise is out of equation by the Edge Slash. Now, this was the only advantage I wanted to see. Again, another KO coming in. A lot of AO synergies has been scattered. Goal Zone is about to get destroyed.
Well, this time these goal zones will definitely be destroyed, but for now, the main focus, I believe, in the span of around 2 to 3 minutes, we will be seeing the Rayquaza just popping up in the legendary pit. But which team will it be the one to take the lead? Because if you just talk about, there is a very, very big chance that there might be a counter attack coming from the side of Chennai Clutches that they have already started off with already. But the Firebox being deployed, Rupa's Rings and Bound gets double KO, almost a single one, and another one coming up from the side of Dodrio. And for now, if we just talk about the situation for Urshifu, is not looking quite well, though we can expect the shields coming up exactly. But it's not at all the way we expect it to be. With the way there is a Blastoise we can see, but well, when we just talk and try to come up with some counter attacks, it's very, very much impossible though right now, if we just talk about. So I really believe that Chennai Clutches might just fall off.
Chennai Clutches are actually kind of decent when it comes to the attacking formation, but as you said, Chennai Clutches are fumbling also when it comes to the counter strategies. So that can be the case, as the Rayquaza is going to come in soon. Now they just want to go with the same strategy with which Hyderabad Nawabs went in the previous battle, where they had the Reggie Leaky advantage in the favor. And meanwhile, the Rayquaza is also going to come in just 32 seconds. Before that, the KOs are going to be the main concern. Unites are already being farmed from both of the teams, because you can see Delphox with the Unite, we have Edge Slash with the Unite, we have Espeon with the Unite, Cliffable is there with the Unite, so multiple Unites are there from Chennai Clutches. On the hindsight, if we talk about the Nawabs, they are getting surprised for sure, but still they will be able to fight back. I believe in that. Regirock appears, nobody is going to give a concern on that, but look at the Dodrio, he's going to approach for the baseline goal zone, or he can come up with the steal of the Rayquaza to be precise as well, because it is really important. Rayquaza is here. Now the concern is for getting the KOs. They want to get multiple KOs for sure as soon as is possible, so that eventually when the last fight is there of Rayquaza, they will be ready to counter it.
Exactly, for sure. Even Pokeboy's HP looking very, very low right now. Dodrio coming with the triple trample won't be that much effective. The hyperspace hole actually helps them to just, come up and strike, but Reggie Side gets the Urshifu down. The first KO being dealt by Hyderabad Nawabs at this round. The Hoopa's Rings and Bound gets the Espeon down as well. Will be getting some more KOs. Might be the possibilities of the Fireworks also doing a good amount of damage, just trying to get some good KOs with the Trevenant. Will be just trying to fall back, though the Slowbro will be much more effective. Instantly goes back and tries to get the KOs right away for the side of Chennai Clutches, and Hyderabad Nawabs not willing to give up the position. They do have a good lead, at least for now. If you just see the Blastoise HP just getting shattered away, and with their counter moves, Chennai Clutches will be stacking on the Rayquaza. There is still 1 minute of timer, but will they be able to make it up, because they are trying to get a good steal? There is a bit of chance, but Blastoise won't be able to do it, and this Rayquaza goes in the favor of Chennai Clutches.
And already Delphox is moving on the top lane goal zone, trying to destroy it, and yes, it was successful. Now Cliffable with another set of 31 goals is going to move forward to the second goal zone. It's going to be a tough one for sure for Hyderabad Nawabs in this one. They want to have a victory, but how is it going to be possible for them to get a victory is the biggest question. Look at that. On the top lane goal zone, there is another set of goal getting dunked. Before that goal gets dunked in, there was already a counter-attack coming from Espion. I believe there could have been a beautiful KO, but 389 is what the score is of Hyderabad Nawabs. Very close, but in the bottom lane goal zone, there is a Ruckus coming in. Urshifu gets KO'd. Just even a single goal zone could have been destroyed, but Del Fox did it. What? Slowbro also with another set of 60. I believe it is done. Chennai Clutchers is back in the game. Hyderabad Nawabs are going to get denied with a clean sweep.
Well, we did expect this kind of battle coming up from both the sides, though we can actually say that it was a very close contest until the last round. I would say 100 score came up from their side, or somewhat like that. The Dil Fox and the Slowbro, the last two goals were somewhat that determined the fate of Hyderabad Nawabs in this very particular match. But with this, the series have been leveled up with the second round going through. So now, as the second round goes down, we are in the score line of a 1-1. We have to be very aware of what comes next, because from the third round, the game is just getting more intense, because the one out of these two teams will be taking one lead in the series, and then we will be shifting towards the series point, out of which there might be a draw, and there can also be one winner that we might just get in today's day itself. But well, which team will it be? It's Hyderabad Nawabs or Chennai Clutchers? That is a very, very big question that just prevails over the top of every PokeUniteYT esports athlete, enthusiast, or the viewers, those are watching live on our stream.
See, I would like to add on one more point, that Swifty, the Cliffable, was so on point when it comes to supporting their team, Chennai Clutchers to be precise, that there was a recovery of 1,44,000. That is the highest in this particular league yet. We might see some more things, because it's a long journey for sure. It will actually go for many more days. So we would see some more shifts coming in, but no doubt Cliffable was one of those hefty Pokemons which was able to support the team, also come up with some good goals. And every single time duration, be it the first 2 minutes or the second one or the third one or the last minutes, Cliffable was there on point, trying to put up some goals. And in the last stretch, in the final stretch time, we did saw Hyderabad Nawabs, the Hoopa was able to secure another set of plus 52 goals, and at that moment we had some hope that maybe there is going to be a situation where Hyderabad Nawabs is still going to win with just a buffer of 10 to 15 points in their favor. But that was not the case, because as a reciprocation, the other guys from Chennai Clutchers was absolutely on point. From the start, you can see in the replay, and it was Hyderabad Nawabs who had the lead. But then when it comes to the knockouts, when it comes to the support system, I would love to add on Cliffable was an absolute menace from the team known as Chennai Clutchers, and it was putting up a lot of troubles for Nawabs.
Well, we have to say Hyderabad Nawabs had almost the entire game under control until that legendary pit fight and the Rayquaza fight that actually happened, and then the counter moves almost came here, in which I would say Hyderabad Nawabs had a good score. But when you just try to win every round or every match, that is do or die to you, that is very important to you. The same thing that we get to see. Also, the approach gets a bit of changes. Some more aggression we have seen from side of Chennai Clutchers than usual in the previous time. But this game is something. This round was something that they needed by hook or by crook, because of just to equalize the series and stay alive in it, because they don't want to go to the series point as fast like this.
If the series point would have been there, definitely there would have been a lot of pressure on Chennai Clutchers to counter the last and final round that they would have been fighting in the game 3. But fortunately, Chennai Clutchers came up with a very, very good strategy. They were able to get the KOs on Urshifu. Not having the Zacian was the only thing that messed around a lot when it comes to Hyderabad Nawabs. Other than that, everything was on point coming from their factor as well. Novaa on the other corner becomes the player of the game. He was playing with Del Fox. I was quite a bit doubting on this perspective that Del Fox in a game as an attacker is going to be that much hefty or not. But yes, Novaa is going to prove me wrong, because Del Fox was absolutely active with 160 goals in his favor, 6 knockouts and 5 assists. Damage, look at that, pretty close to a 1 lakh damage coming in, and 6,874 is going to be the recovery that he did. Beautiful game indeed, but Novaa and his teammates were able to bag out another breath of relief, another sigh of relief to be precise for themselves, because now they can start and they can completely give a reverse sweep of a 3-1 against the team known as Hyderabad Nawabs.
Well, whether it is going to be a 3-1 or a 3-2, that already depends. But if you just talk about the BO5 series scoreline, Hyderabad Nawabs, while taking one first match of this series, the second match, and then they lost the second round itself against Chennai Clutches, and that's what you expect from top two teams of this particular, tournament. But if you just talk about, but still, both the teams are looking very promising, as I said earlier, and I'll still say and intact to it again. Both the teams are looking very promising, and now I have a lot of questions in my mind, and some answers are quite to be answered. But though, which team will it be to take the lead? But before that, if you are a new player in the Pokemon Unite, it's a very big opportunity for you to take part in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series May tournament. In that particular tournament, if you want to take the part, the registrations are already live. If you want to participate with your entire squad of team, make sure to just tap on the link given below in the description, as well as in that comment, in the pinned comment. You can actually access through there as well, so you make sure to do it for sure, because if you actually miss it, you might be missing a very big chance, because you're not quite aware. All the players, those who are playing the Pokemon Unite, they never knew they're going to come up to this particular stage and play among the top best
Right.
gamers and the CCs that they're having. So right now, I believe you can also be one of them.
Yeah, definitely, you can show your own spirits. If you have a roster, if you have a squad, you can go ahead and register for this particular May qualifiers coming in. And if you are able to approach at that stance, you are going to have many more opportunities, because it's a fairly new game when it comes to the Indian esports scenario. So you guys can form up some new squads, and if you talk about the experience, you can get it from this league particularly. For 15 to 16 days, you are going to witness a complete rampage, a complete action coming in, newer meta being explored, newer meta being broken as well. You're going to see a lot of things. But now, coming back to the fact of this game to be precise, it's game number 3 of match number 2 of day number 3. Hyderabad Nawabs versus Chennai Clutches is the battle that we are witnessing. Already a 1-1 situation. More like a BO3 is going to be there, because the next 2 rounds, whoever is going to bag out the next 2 rounds is going to become the champion of this particular match number 2 of day number 3. Already, it was a tough battle for Chennai Clutches, but Chennai Clutches, after getting the Rayquaza advantage, very strategically getting Urshifu down for 2 times, getting the Dodrio out of the equation, getting other Pokemons like Hoopa out of the equation. That was so on point. No defenders were there whatsoever at that moment. Trevenant was also out of equation. That shows how beautifully the strategized game was there from Chennai Clutches, and it helped them a lot, quite surely. Because if at this point Hyderabad Nawabs would have secured the series point, the pressure would have been tremendous onto the heads of Chennai Clutches, and that might have shattered their spirits, just like it did against the Bangaluru Clutches team. But now moving forward, the ban phase and the draft pick phase is going to come in. Looking forward to see what happens in the ban phase. My predictions again, Lapras for sure, and with Azation.
There might be yes, definitely a Asian ban will be there, but yes, Lapras can also be banned as well, because Lapras, even though I wouldn't say Lapras can be banned, because yes, there might be a chance there can be a comfy ban, because they don't want the others to take that chance forever. So it's something that I really want to see is Azation and probably comfy. But well, it's a trio that has been still banned from the side of Hyderabad Nawabs. The first pick that I'm really going to ask for might be an Urshifu that we can say expect from the side of Yuaa. But Mereum, he sticks with the Lapras.
That's a beautiful strategy, guys. You know that Lapras is a really very important and a really hefty defender coming in, along with a very good punches in his favor. So banning Dodrio, and Hyderabad Nawab knew that they have the first pick rights in their favor, so definitely they went for the Dodrio, which is not that much hefty when it comes to the attacking formation and also packing a lot of punch. So obviously they knew that they can have the advantage of Lapras, and that's exactly what they are having right now. Along with the Lapras, they have Espion and a Comfey into the play. Zacian getting banned from the other side, that is Chennai Clutches, and they have paired an Urshifu with a Clefable. Clefable was absolutely hefty when it comes to Swifty. He was so good in the previous battle. I was able to recall the score. 1,44,000 was the recovery points that Swifty was able to give to the team. Meanwhile, Snorlax is going to be there for Alpha Snorlax. Blizzard is going to come up with a beautiful Pokemon known as Glaceon, which can actually come up with some good icicles. But now moving forward, Tesla and Yuaa, we are waiting on them.
Well, I am expecting a Blastoise eventually, and when you just talk about a Blastoise, you might be just expecting there's one healer, but I don't think there might be another. But they could have gone for a Hoopa again, but XesoL this time, which pick it will be? There is a Clefable for sure, there is Snorlax as well as a Glaceon and an Urshifu. Espion Glacian combination might be broken off, but it can still be done by the Gardevoir. Yep, long range attacker indeed can actually, come up from their side. Indeed a good pick from the side of the Chennai Clutches, and looking forward to come up with one more counter round. Will Chennai be able to take the lead in the series, or is it going to be Hyderabad who will be the one to take the lead and will continue their winning streak in this tournament? Because after this we are going to face the match, or maybe the series point, in which there might be a chance that if they win one more round, they will be just the winners of this match for sure.
Yeah, that can be the case. The final preparation is about to come to an end, and we did saw a beautiful situation of picks and stuff like that. But all in all, I'm expecting a lot of beautiful fights in this particular game, because it's really important for both of these teams to have that upper hand. And if they're able to get that upper hand in the game 3, they can actually maintain that pace in the game 4 as well. Or we might see a decider coming in. I would love to see a decider for sure, because both of these giants are hefty when it comes to their attacking formation, when it comes to their defense as well. And the approach from Hyderabad Nawabs are pretty much like double defender and an attacker with double supporters. No speedsters, no all-rounders for them. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to play with it. Lapras is again ready for the top lane, I believe. That's what he's going to have in his favor. Top lane or the mid lane could be the concern. So yes, that's exactly what he's going to go with. Moving a little bit on the bottom lane, wanted to have the buff of getting the advantages, getting the level buffs in his favor is going to be really important, because we all know if they don't have the level buff in their favor, Lapras is not that easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the Kung Fu is also moving forward to the orange buff Pokemon that is going to be there. I believe that's an Excalibur. And Comfy with the Squirtle. A good goal coming in. Chennai Clutches off to a good start with 4 goals. Hyderabad Nawabs answered with 13.
Well, we might expect some good buffs instead. Like when the Glaceon is just trying and coming up in level 4, they need some KOs to level up much more faster. Though we see the Comfy being there is a solo alongside. Okay, so there is another, like the Squirtle is there sticking alongside it. The Lapras is still there just warming up and just feeding on those neutral Pokemon to level up as fast as possible. The Lapras also plays a very important part. The Hyderabad Nawabs has to use it pretty well. But on the counter Chennai Clutches, they have already equalized the series. They want to make a lead as well. For now, just not to make any kind of mistakes will be the greatest decision. The Blues and the Asteria not trying to just give up though. The Urshifu will be just trying to get the KO, and eventually Eldegoss won't be able to stop him. In the means of the power, in the means of damage, Urshifu definitely exceeds everybody at this initial stages. And the double KO streak to get a good buff and a good lead for the side of Chennai Clutches.
I was laughing at the back end, seeing that Urshifu was absolutely chaotic. Having the level buff and having the aggression in his favor was so on point. Meanwhile, the players coming from Hyderabad Nawabs are struggling a bit, but they have to have that level buff in their favor very soon, otherwise it won't cut the deal for them. Lapras coming into the play, Cripple is the one which is getting attacked from the particular Pokemons of Hyderabad Nawabs. There could be a KO situation coming in. He can actually approach for the Wild Berries as well, but before the goal has been done, and now approaching for the Wild Berries. Let's see who's going to pick it up. Yes, it was there for Swifty. Again approaching for the second. Wild Berry was able to get it as well. Meanwhile, I don't think so. He's going to live a little bit longer. He's going to get KO'd for sure. That's the case. But Cliffable is just trying to buy as much as time that's possible. Because on the back end, it was Urshifu which was about to create a beautiful situation of having the buffer of getting the goals done. That's exactly what happened. Now the focus gets shifted onto the Urshifu. Urshifu wanted to fall back. Is it going to be easy? Eldegoss on the back ends in the mid lane was able to take a beautiful KO. Lapras and Espion along with an Eldegoss are now focusing their triumphant victorious fight onto the guys like Cliffable and some other Pokemon like Gardevoir and Snorlax on the bottom lane.
Well, if you just talk about right now, Chennai Clutches, they do have a little lead, but it's not that enough, because if there's one more score coming up from any of the side, it will be more than enough to just make a counter. Though we can see the first objectives taking the place in the bottom and the top lane respectively. Glacier is still there from the side of Chennai Clutches, might just stack on to the Reggie Licky, or can decide to go count with the scores, though Espion manages to take this Reggie Seal in their favor and will be going for some counter scores again. It will be tough for the Cliffable to hold it off even for the Snorlax as well. Chennai Clutches might just fall down, but well, it's a very big stack coming up from all the ends. And with this, there is a big buff. Though we can see the Glaceon using the Glacian stage trying to, melt down the Regieleki towards this side, but it might not be in the right moment. Though we can see that the Cliffable came here to steal those buffs, but won't be successful. Though the Regieleki has been acquired by the Chennai Clutchers to just make some counter moves as well. 20 more scores. Wartortle will be forced to, make a fallback, but in this case, it's a complete equal battle we are experiencing right now, Raider.
Yeah, it's hand in hand. I mean, whenever Chennai Clutchers are trying to create a dominance, Hyderabad Nawabs are able to answer back with the stacking situation. Blastoise is finally up to this form. Now he can actually be quite chaotic, but when it comes to the level buff, I believe it is still in the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs. They are actually having the advantage of getting the levels up pretty soon. Neutral Pokemons at the concern. Blizzard comes up with the level 10, and as an attacker, he had to be at that particular level. But look at that, now they're beautifully stacking up on the top lane, and they are getting the advantage. KO comes in onto the Blastoise. I believe another set of KO could be falling in. Lapras comes up with the Comfy, wanted to attack, wanted to create that distraction, is able to do that. But how far is he going to go? That's a big question coming in. Supporter, the Eldegoss is also coming into the play. Eldegoss finds a Glaceon out of the equation. Now the formation of Urshifu as a heavy hitter is actually on point. Lapras finds another one. Now they should approach for the top lane goal zone, where Cliffable is already trying to safeguard it. 38 goals, that's what the Dilvian wanted to come up with. But still, the KO comes in. That was a huge one for sure.
Well, Hyderabad Nawabs, the way they are scoring on the top lane, it's really, mesmerizing to see. But it's not a great side for the Chennai Clutches, though they have a small lead in the means of points. But yep, the bottom objective, the Regirock, has already arrived. And as it has already arrived in this stadium, Chennai Clutches will be just looking forward to grab it as fast as possible. Hyderabad Nawabs might have a look on that as well. They can also come up with a steal. So we see the Cliffable as well as the Glacian just coming over. On the other hand, the Eastern gets a good score of 38 on the top lane to get 11 points lead. The Blastoise might just be much more effective, and with that, the Glaceon steals the Regirock from this side, and the Blastoise has been put to rest by the Gardevoir. She also takes down Eldegoss. A triple KO coming up from the side of Chennai Clutches against Hyderabad Nawabs to just make some counter moves and make some counter goals in the bottom lane to destroy this tower, which will be more than enough for it, because the Snorlax will be getting this advantage in their favor. And right now, the Hydro Typhoon won't be of much help for the side of Blastoise.
I mean, you can already see the result that he was getting KO'd, and meanwhile, Eldegoss is also out of the question by the Glaceon. So, seems like that Chennai Clutchers are having that upper hand in this particular fight, and they're just completely suppressing the urge of giving a comeback. Oh, Blastoise once again spawns back in the bottom lane, was able to destroy the spirits of Novaa and his teammate, who just wanted to come up with some good scoring in the favor. Not a lot of buffer is there, to be honest. There is a buffer of somewhere around 17 points or 13 points to be precise. That could be the case, or 18 points to be precise. But in the legendary pit, the neutral Pokemons again in the hands of Urshifu. Level buff is for sure going to help him a lot. Meanwhile, the Lapras is also at level 30. That is actually a commendable job done by Lapras, but it is not helping out a lot. They have to approach, they have to get the goals done, but again a sacking up situation on the bottom lane. Goal zone is going to pay there. Although definitely a beautiful stance of getting the cover done by the Espeon was there, but still not a helpful one. Trying to come up with a goal, Cliffable was able to back out another set of 8. Lot of Chaos energy is being dunked down in the jungle. They have to gather it up so that they can go ahead and secure. Swifty trying to run back, won't be able to go far away. Snorlax on the other corner is also going to pay the concern. XesoL fighting with a Regieleki to make an ally out of it.
Exactly, when you just talk about right now, the Regieleki has been taken down by the side of Chennai Clutches, and they will be just utilizing it pretty well. And now the main focus coming up on this side is for the Rayquaza. Less than 30 more seconds to go. The final stretch is already knocking on the doors. The Regieleki has already been hit. They are fighting for the Regice not to fall for any KO. The Eldegoss might just fall off because his HP is in a very pretty low condition. Not to fall off at this moment because Lapras might be there. The Hydro Typhoon being used. Gardevoir has been put to rest. Double KOs just before the final stretch. Hyderabad Nawabs will definitely try to come up with some good scores, but eventually Urshifu manages to take down with a 100+ score from their end, and Chennai clutches might just try to steal it in the end moment. The Rayquaza is in a very pretty low HP, and they don't want to make any kind of mistakes at this point. But Glaceon!
What?
Oh my god! He steals
What?
the Rayquaza in the end moment!
What really happened, guys? Glaceon, a beautiful stealing situation coming in. Although attacker worked like a speedster, that is hefty, that is hefty, that is quite surprising to see. Chennai clutches doing the amazing stuff. Now they have calculated when they have to attack, despite of having the disadvantage of getting 2 players out of the equation in the initial attack on the Rayquaza. What a battle for sure. What a fight coming into the play. 1 minute and 10 seconds, that's what we are left with. Hyderabad Nawabs, they are struggling a lot. They're just trying to safeguard their own goal zones. But look at that attacking formation. 531, I believe we are going to head out to somewhere around 700+ goals from Chennai clutches. And Hyderabad Nawabs, they are trying their level best. They are trying everything that is there in their hands to get a counter.
Well, it's already done and dusted. It's Chennai clutches who will be taking the lead. Hyderabad Nawabs, they had no clue what just happened right now. The end moment steal. The Glaceon, oh my god. How is it even possible? And Urshifu with a 1 more 100. They are just going boom, boom, boom in the average scores for sure. And with this 2-1 lead, I believe the series is just coming to a very interesting phase, as we will be moving forward to the series point in the very next round. And what a match it is. What a start. Not a start, but I would say what a lead that they have taken in the style. Chennai clutches proving why they are here in this moment. When in the same way we just talked about, they haven't got a clean sheet, but that doesn't matter. They have the highest average score in the entire leaderboard, and this is why they prove it. 875 to 47. Again, a big lead.
A deserving one, a hefty lead coming in for sure. Novaa with that Urshifu was so on point. Look at the levels. 15 for Urshifu, 15 for the Glaceon as well. That shows that they were so on point when it comes to the leveling up situation. And meanwhile, if we talk about the Nawabs, that is not the same thing. Hyderabad Nawabs, they were struggling quite a bit. Their Elder was the supporter, and along with that Comfy, they were stuck at the level 12. Meanwhile, coming back to the factor of the damage being dealt, look at Swifty. Oh, he's breaking his own record of 144 recovery points. Now it's 177,000 as the recovery points that he was able to help out with. And damage taken is also quite hefty when it comes to that. It's 117. And on the hand side, when it comes to the attacking formation, the guys which were on top were like Novaa and Blizzard. Movesets are already in front of us, which shows that how beautiful and which particular moves were actually being used by these Giants altogether in this particular 10 minutes that we watched. And now Chennai clutches, they have the series points in the hand. All they have to do is just persuade that series points to a winning formation, to a 3-1 in their favor.
Exactly, that's the factor. And eventually, when you just talk about Chennai clutchers, they got a very good win. They got a good lead right now in the series. They have to focus on not to mess up in the next round, because you know the more the rounds you play, the more the average goes down. So you have to, if you want to make the average, you know, in a good manner, the way Chennai clutches, they have a good average rate, and I would say the highest average score, goal scores out of all the other teams in the overall points table. They have to, set a benchmark that not to mess. Like if they can just keep that thing up, they can be on the top for a very longer period of time. If they just win this one, 2 wins in a row, not a single team has acquired that position. So they have to be very, very cautious, and if they want to do it, Hyderabad Nawabs, they are in some serious trouble though. We can expect a comeback round or an equalizer from their end as well.
Yeah, definitely bagging out these victories is going to be really very important for them for sure. But yes, coming back to the fact that Bangaluru Crushers is another team which is currently on top, presiding on top to be honest, with the 2 victories in their favor. But they will be having a run for the moment, run for the money, because Chennai clutchers, the way they are performing, the way they are setting the embarkment, the way they are winning back-to-back matches in their favor, things can change drastically at the #1, or should I say the top tier positions of these top 8 teams. Moving forward, when it comes to the bottom lane, Reggie Rock was actually in the favor of Chennai clutchers. That Glaceon every now and then worked like a speedster, worked like a swift Pokemon which was able to get the advantage for the team, because we did saw Reggie's getting stolen by Glaceon, we did saw Rayquaza getting stolen by the particular Glaceon, we did saw Chaos getting stolen by the Glaceon. Glaceon was absolutely on point in this game.
Exactly. That's the point. Glaceon always was there to, you know, steal those objectives. Even the Rayquaza steal was, I would say, the most iconic moment that we could have we actually can recollect from this particular round. He has got some pretty steals in the objectives as well, but yeah, this Urshifu Novaa being the one, being the player of the game with the 288 goals, 12 knockouts, 6 assists, 95,288 damage, and 23,989 recovery. So definitely Novaa again playing a very integral part for the win of Chennai Clutches yet again in the day number 2. He has to be very promising, he has to be very prominent with each and every decision he's taking, because if he is there for striking out the other opponents, he has to be very cautious not to fall off in the next round itself, because he also plays a major role. Though we can see Swifty being that one supportive player for the entire team to carry all the burdens of the recovery rate and providing the heals.
I would love to add on one more point, that Novaa individually secured more points than as compared to the Hyderabad Nawabs altogether, because Hyderabad Nawabs had 247 I believe, and Novaa was there with 288 points. That was really a hefty chunk coming in, no doubt in that. But yeah, it's a 2-1 situation coming in. That means now the other team has to buckle up, otherwise Chennai Clutches is going to move on with a victory in their favor, and if that happens, it is going to be quite suppressing for the team known as Hyderabad Nawabs, because this was the team which started off this particular league with a clean sweep in their favor, with 715 points as an average point in their favor. But now trouble is there onto them, because already the series point is here for the giants known as Chennai Clutches. Make sure to qualify, make sure to actually register for the May qualifiers as well, guys. As you can see, that registration is already open. In the pinned comment, you can check out the link, or in the description you can check out the details of that particular qualifier. As a new team, as a new roster, or an experienced one, if you want to enter this genre of Pokemon Unite, you can come up with this particular event. That is going to be the May qualifiers. Registration is already live. Coming back to the fact of Skyesports League 2023, Day 3 is already about to come to an end, but still the surreal feeling of an surprising moment, or the suspense is still there, because things can change rapidly. Maybe Hyderabad Nawabs is once again going to cook up some new strategy and come back with a final round in their favor. That is going to be the game 4, and if that happens, decider will be there.
Well, we did expect this match to, push down to the decider round, but it might not be even also. But it's too early to say. Hyderabad Nawabs will definitely try to bounce back, though there are some certain chances that Chennai won't be able, they won't be allowing to just give any kind of rounds to their opponents, that is especially Hyderabad Nawabs itself. The way they stole we just call it, they just stole the cake from exactly in front of their mouth. They just stole it. No, it's about like your gift, we are just going to unwrap it, and instantly Chennai was like, it's not your gift, I'm going to take this away, and they snatched from their hand and took the entire, and it's a funny thing, though it's not that funny, but it's still
Okay.
still, I was trying to crack a joke, but it did not happen. Sorry, but my bad.
It happens, bro. But yes, all the jokes aside, once again, the drop fix phase is going to come in. This is game 4 of the match number 2 of day number 3 of Skyesports League 2023, the Pokemon Unite. Action is already on the way. A long journey indeed, but off to a very good start, a really good start indeed. We have seen 2 clean sweeps, if I'm not wrong, from the day the league started. But now moving forward, the ban phase is already here. In just 10 seconds, we'll get to know which are the 2 Pokemons getting banned. Now, I believe this time, again, Nawabs could do the same thing, that they're going to unban the Lapras and choose the Dodrio to ban, or some other Pokemon. Zacian is for sure going to be the one which is going to get banned. Yeah. Again, similar picks are going to be there, Dodrio and a Zacian, that's for sure. Lapras is going to get picked up by Tesla. I really believe that, because if they're banning Dodrio, that is the only reason of banning. Yeah, the best alternative, or should I say, the only reason of banning that Dodrio could be the pick of Lapras. But I've chosen the Pokemon that messed around a lot coming from Chennai Clutches. That was the Clefable, because we did saw that in game 2, 144 points, and in the game number 3, 177 points of recovery was there by the Clefable. So now the Clefable is in the hands of Hyderabad Nawabs. On the hindsight, we have a Hoopa and a Urshifu coming in from Clutches.
Wait a moment. Swifty taking that Hoopa on a very first stance. Tesla might just go with the Lapras. There is no problem with that. They will be going with the Blastoise, but now Mr. Mime, and I expect a Trevenant. I expect a Trevenant coming up from the side of Chennai right now. But Blizzard, it's a good decision if they are sticking with the Glaceon as what they have done in the past. We might be seeing a Gardevoir as well for some long range attacks, but there's no pick of Trevenant. I'm quite surprised though. It's okay. I have to keep that small heart of mine in some pain, but
yeah,
we can see Mereum coming with that Delphox and a Cramorant pick. Is it a Cramorant? Can we see it? Yes, it is a Cramorant pick from the side of Yuaa, but XesoL being that one last player, what's coming up from his side?
I'm looking forward to it. Delphox coming from the side of Mereum. That's kind of interesting. We did saw Mereum doing amazing stuff with the Delphox in the first game, if I'm not wrong. But now moving forward, XesoL is the one which is left. I would love to see which particular Pokemon is going to pick. Oh, that's a Espeon and a Sylveon for the team. That's absolutely amazing. Looking forward to see how it's going to come up as an advantage. They have the heavy hitters, they have the attackers, they have a beautiful Pokemon that can create an X Factor, that is Hoopa, and then a beautiful defender as well.
Oh man, I'm really looking forward. Even if you talk about the Blastoise, Lapras factor is also going to work out for Hyderabad Nawabs. Same goes for the Cramorant as well. If they have to win it, they need to shut down this Cramorant at very first. Cramorant can be one of those X factors that I really believe Chennai won't be liking it. And especially when you talk about the players of Chennai Clutchers, they are quite accustomed with that Cramorant pick because their own IGL, that is Crowley, who is not playing right now, is always someone who plays the best Cramorant. And for me, he's the best Cramorant trainer that I've ever seen in this Pokemon Unite. So they do have a some kind of counter strategy for Cramorant. They should actually have it, though I don't know what's going to come up next. But for sure, there has to be some certain moves. There has to be some certain strategies against this particular composition.
Definitely, the counter attack should be there, but all in all, Hyderabad Nawabs are off to a very good start, I believe. I would love to say that, but on the other corner, in the mid lane, Delphox is going to move forward to have the level buff, and the other guys like Cramorant, and along with that, I believe Lapras is moving in the bottom lane. On the bottom lane, on the other side, Chennai Clutchers is there with the Slowbro and EE also trying to push forward. That's going to be XesoL with the level 3, and Slowbro is stuck at the level 2 for now, but they have to approach a bit more so that they can have the level buffs in their favor. It's really important for them to get the right levels in the play. Lapras coming into the play along with the Slowbro also there. Blizzard in the top lane is also there. Another EV trying to push forward. The goal zones from Hyderabad Nawabs are already getting distracted. Chennai Clutchers with 11 points. 11 points of a goal. That was absolutely hefty. But Lapras again with the Water Sword is also trying to attack, trying to get some good points in the bottom lane. There is a ruckus coming in the bottom lane from Hyderabad Nawabs, and vice versa situation from Chennai Clutchers in the top lane because they are having the control. Oh, the growl from that particular Sylveon was amazing, although nobody got affected.
Well, we can actually say, but with that, if we just talk about, well, I'm looking for next few minutes. The objectives are going to appear in the 7th minute marker. We will be experiencing those clashes, but till then, all the Pokemons in this Tear Sky Ruins will be just trying to focus on leveling up themselves and preparing for those particular fights itself. Squirtle just irritating Urshifu won't be a greater impact, because when you talk about it's a level 6 Urshifu, my dear friend, he's going to just he can actually rip you in parts at that moment. If Urshifu gets angry, his hits can land some real heavy blows. So we can see the Cliffable still there. Urshifu again trying to make the counter, but not to overcome it will be the better decision from their end. 23 more goals to go, but Cliffable and Squirtle, this combination can put some serious damage, though we can see Urshifu coming with some pretty good scores. Might just try to come with some good KOs as well. Gets the berry, will get the heal, but is there any kind of KO? No, not yet.
Yeah, the KOs were not there, but Cramorant is already out of equation by the ASP, and that's amazing. Another set of 5 goals done by the Chennai Clutchers. They're trying to pressurize. Oh, look at that. Urshifu is actually in the enemy territory, trying to just surprise them, trying to just completely rip them apart, but that's not going to be easy. Tesla was also about to get attacked. Lapras is going to be the Pokemon that Tesla is actually going to train, but for sure, the attacking formation is good. The growls are coming in from the Espeon, but still not enough to completely suppress the urge of having the goals in their favor. Again, another lot of goals are to be done by Chennai Clutches. In the bottom lane, we have Espeon. Oh, his hyperspace loop is obviously going to be quite helpful because in the bottom lane, it was a Delphox, I believe I saw for a moment. And in the top lane, we do have a Lapras fighting against the Sylveons and stuff. So looking forward to see how far the advantage will be there. Hoopa comes up with a KO on Lapras. Goals, if I talk about that, Chennai Clutches is on point and they have got the lead.
They definitely have got a pretty good lead, and eventually when the Registeel appears, they won't be just wasting a single moment to just melt it down. They will be, you know, they will be stunned for some time, but eventually Registeel has been acquired by Chennai Clutches. For now, it's definitely a good start. Chennai Clutches is willing to just win this round and make sure to win the series right now, right in this series point, not to take it to the decider. Delphox just giving a long range damage. This Delphox can also become one of those hindrance point for the side of Chennai Clutches, because eventually this also creates some kind of problems for the, especially for the close range attackers like Urshifu and Espeon. They might just make some good difference, but Sylveon's still there using the Hyper Boys, just trying to, you know, stun out the others, but well, they will get some KOs. And as we get to see the Psychic Solar being activated, and might just be for valuable output, and getting that complete goal zone get destroyed by the side of Chennai Clutches.
Well, I'm loving the aggression coming from Chennai Clutches. What they are trying to do is just completely suppressing the Pokemons on the top lane and then going for the objective Pokemons, and exactly the same strategy is being repeated in the bottom lane as well whenever the Registeel or the Regice or any other Regi is going to come in the bottom lane. That's the best part. Slowbro on the other corner is still there to defend that particular goal zone, but look at the suppression that is there. Well, that's amazing. Regice is going to be the main concern for these guys. The crowds are coming from the Sylveon, trying to attack onto the Lapras and the other Pokemon that are there. So still not a fruitful one. 157 points is what Chennai Clutches is having in the favor. The KO comes in, Cramorant is out of equation once again. Cramorant has to sit back once again, learn, but look at that, 40 goals. They were about to put down 40 goals, but was not that easy for them.
Exactly, and eventually we just talk about now the main focus that comes around, it's into the bottom lane objective, though the hyperspace hole will work so pretty well to just get back them with some heals, and then again come back to the bottom lane to stack up. This time I believe Hyderabad Nawabs will have an entire focus setup in the bottom lane in order to just get those objectives just before you know, which will actually give them some good buffs. Though Lapras might just try not to mess up this time, though Shifu is still not there. It's a complete given advantage to the side of Hyderabad Nawabs. They can completely get this thing done, but with that, the Hoopa shuts down the Lapras, but eventually the Regirock will be going in the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs. This is a successful tackle, though. We can see the Sylveon might just get Mereum down there. There's a big chance for getting some good KOs because they were already surviving in a very low HP. And Chennai Clutches, they're still in a very good lead, but it's all in a matter of seconds that they can actually make some counter moves as well. Blaster is coming with some 26 scores on the top lane, and right now they're focusing on the KOs, and Sylveon will be able to do it as Cliffable goes down.
Multiple KOs is what we are waiting, and that's exactly what we are getting. Urshifu finds on the Lapras as well. Espeon was able to just completely get over with the goals, and then the top, I believe the first two particular play zones, the goal zones have been already destroyed. Hyperspace loop is already there so that they can teleport to the top lane so that they can configure the Regieleki in their favor or actually gatekeep it if the other guys are trying to go for it. Meanwhile, Cramorant is trying to have the orange buff in his favor. I have to be concerned because the Regieleki is the one thing that can be in the favor of some other guys, and that's exactly what happened. Chennai Clutches is now having the advantage of not just the 200 goals in their favor, also the advantage of having a 6th Pokemon working for them. The ally that is going to be Regieleki is trying to push forward a bit, but before that, Blizzard and the other guys are also coming into the play. Unite's coming into the matter. Delphox is still ready with the Unite, still have not used it. Urshifu gets KO'd at the same moment. Now Sylveon and Espeon have to fall back a bit, otherwise it's going to be a troublesome loss for them. But before that, KOs are coming. Blizzard about to get KO'd, not just Blizzard, the Espeon also gets KO'd by the Cramorant. And as you said, Nikos, Cramorant has to go down if you want to be the one trying to secure the goals, but they are unable to do that, and Cramorant with 13 level, it is going to be quite cumbersome for them to deal with.
I wonder when the Cramorant even got to level 13. In just a blink of an eye, he just went to level 13, and now he's just dominating each and every Pokemon from the side of Chennai Clutches like anything. It's just like a play ball he's just playing with right now, but though we can see some good scores. No! Alpha Clash, he will be just getting stunned out and has to make a fallback from that place, though there's a 30-second timer. 30-second timer, and we can see Chennai Clutchers completely stacking for the Regirock. There is no matter of fact they need this Regirock by hook or by crook, and they does it pretty well. 16 more seconds to go. No room of mistakes for this one for the side of Chennai Clutchers, but eventually Hyderabad Nawabs, they have to find an opportunity, and the Cramorant will play a very, very major part this time.
It's already doing the charm, it's already trying to impact a lot of fights, but right now the Rayquaza is here. If I talk about the Unites, there are 4 Unites from Hyderabad Nawabs, and if I talk about the guys coming from Chennai Clutchers, they do have 4 Unites as well. And now Hoopa is the one I'm actually looking forward to see how what Hoopa is going to bring to the table, and how he's going to fight, how Delphox is going to answer with the 5-factor moves. Look at that, guys. Punching situation is for sure. The XesoL is about to get cured, and yes, it is done. Espeon, a very aggressive attacker, is already out of equation.
The Cramorant, the Factor, the X-Factor is going, though we can see the Unite Boom being used. The Hoopa is still there with the rings unbound. Might just be there. The Fireworks is completely unleashed, and this time Lapras takes the Rayquaza, as Hyderabad Nawabs will be trying to equalizing the score, though we can see, yes, there are some pretty good scores to equalize. There are no counters, there are counter scores that are available for the side of Chennai Clutchers, but will they be able to deliver it? There are plenty amount of score, but Badshah is coming out with multiple KOs. It will create a bigger impact than we can expect.
Oof, all said and done, seems like that Nawabs were really countering their strategies, and now they have figured out to give a counter onto the guys of Chennai Clutchers, and the way they were getting the KOs in the Legendary Pit was absolutely amazing. Urshifu again gets backed out. Urshifu was able to actually survive a bit, and meanwhile, if we talk about Espeon, well, finally it's back in the game. Finally, we have seen Sylveon also coming into play. Let's see how they are going to come back to the fights. They have to suppress, they have to push forward, they have to get as many goals as possible. Although it's not going to be that easy, but before that, they have to counter, they have to KO the players. What? Cramorant! Look at him! Again going for a 50.
There are some scores, but it won't be that much effective. But even Cramorant got another 100 and it's done. Even with some good scores, it is not possible to make any kind of comeback. And yep, there you go, some more KOs and more KOs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for the decider, and what we thought, it came into the live reaction. So now we can just say this is definitely something that we're looking forward to. Oh my god, 2-2, the series have been equalized.
Yes, 709 points for Hyderabad Nawabs, and Chennai Clutchers are stuck at 386. Definitely Swifty was the one with the Hoopa again coming up as a very good support system for the team, but eventually it was EG Yuaa who did the heavy lifting with the Blastoise. With a defender, he becomes the MVP for the team with 137 goals in his favor. Volc on the other corner, the Cramorant was absolutely empty, and as you said, we didn't expect Cramorant being of level 13 at that moment when we saw the fast-paced leveling up scenario of that particular Pokemon. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Chennai Clutchers, look at them. They're stuck at 12, 13 and 14 level. That's all. There are 3 Pokemons coming from Nawabs who have already secured the 15 levels.
Oh, I have to just say it right now, right away. What a match it was. What a match it was. Full of roller coaster rides, full of dramatic fights itself. Especially the final stretch was so dramatic. The end moment, that one blow just shattered away everything. Just imagine if Espeon was there in the right moment, it could have been one of those X Factor that XesoL could have provided. But still, at the moment where we saw Chennai Clutchers having a level buff, we thought that Chennai Clutchers might have an upper hand in the final stretch, in the final Rayquaza, like in the Legendary Pit fight as well. Before that, eventually, the Blastoise, the Cramorant, they reached level 15. What kind of mistakes were done by Chennai Clutchers? Because the way they gave the chances, the way they gave the hopes towards the side was something that we can actually call it off. But though we can just expect, the scores have been completely equalized, and right now it's the moment of truth that we have to face one more last round in this BO5 series to decide which team will be prevailing over that #1 spot after today's day number 3.
Oh man, it was absolutely interesting to see the way the fights were there. In the replay, you can clearly see how the KOs were coming in from the Delphox and how Chennai Clutchers was able to reciprocate their attacks. Once again, I would love to add on that Chennai Clutchers from the start of the 10-minute marker to the 2-minute marker, when the 2-minute marker was left, when the Rayquaza was appearing. before that particular marker, Chennai Clutches were the one which was looking quite good, which was looking quite aggressive. But we didn't know that Hyderabad Nawabs was just trying to farm their own Unite moves and just level up as fast as possible so that they can create a lot of rampage onto the guys of Chennai Clutches when the right time is there. And that right time was when the Rayquaza appeared. And at that moment, they were so on point with some good aggressions in their favor. Hyderabad Nawabs completely changed the pace of the game in their favor, and it was amazing to watch out. But then again, these are the small strategies, small details that I believe somewhere around to configure in their favor, because they didn't have the right level advantage. That is why they were getting KO'd. They didn't have the right advantage of the players being at the right time, and that is why Lapras, a defender, was able to take down the particular Rayquaza in his favor with the team effort. All in all, 709 was the amount of goals that I saw after the Kremlin was able to come up with a sneaky attack onto the base goal zone. But yes, a good formation, a good fight indeed. And the match score is 2-2. That means a equalizer situation is already there in this particular BO5. And we have indeed a decider that is going to decide who is going to be the one victorious, who is going to have the lead. Is it going to be Chennai Clutchers or is it going to be Hyderabad Nawabs? Because I would love to add on that either of these teams, whenever they are winning with a good margin in their favor.
Well, definitely that's going to be playing a very, very major role eventually, but it's 2-2, so yep, the way we predicted that this series will be tough, and I believe we can expect these two teams to go for a very long run in the Skyesports League 2023 Raider, because if we just talk about, this is just the beginning days, it's just a day number 3, and we can see the amount of competition between these two teams. They are in the top charts, #1, #2, but right now Bangaluru Crushers, they are sitting in the #1. They be smiling like that, bro, we are on #1, what are you talking about, we have already acquired the place. But yeah, after one match, after the next one more round in the span of 10 minutes, we will have a certain amount, surreal amount of changes in the overall leaderboard,
For sure.
where Bangalore Crushers, those who were prevailing on the #1 spot, might be there for just this span of BO5 series, and again that spot will be overtaken by any of the teams. It can be Chennai Clutchers, it can be Hyderabad Nawabs again, but we can actually assure that Bangalore Crushers will at least be there in the #2 position, because if you just talk about in both the teams like Hyderabad Nawabs as well as Chennai Clutchers, they do have a very high average goal scores as comparison to Bangalore Crushers. But at the very moment, the main factor is that both the teams already won one match already in prior, so it will affect a lot, because Bangalore Crushers, if we just talk about, they lost one, they came up and they won again, so it's like one win, one lose, and with this, the flow has played in their favor. But let's see which team is going to take the lead.
Definitely is going to be important for both of these teams. Either way, it is Hyderabad Nawabs or it could be Chennai Clutchers, which have to bag out this particular BO5 in their favor. And as you said, definitely just for a one BO5, Bangalore Clutchers will be happy. But I believe in that particular team. We will see some more comebacks coming in the near future. But I'm actually surprised to see the kind of anticipation that is there from Chennai Clutchers against the Hyderabad Nawabs. But still, Nawabs were absolutely on point when it comes to their strategies in this particular game 4. Because from the start till the end, they were suffering. But in the last final stretch, the last 2 minutes to be precise, they were farming their Unite moves, and the right players had the Unite moves to be precise, not the supporters and stuff. They had the attackers, they had the all-rounders, and whatever they were there. They had the right Unite moves used at the right time. Lapras at the last second was able to secure the Rayquaza in their favor. And even after that, Espeon tried. Glacier, I believe Sylveon also tried its level best to just come up with some good counter strategies so that they can just deny the fact that Rayquaza is there in the hands of Hyderabad Nawabs. But it was not that easy, because when they have their shields, when they had that particular shield, they just went on to the goal zones that were remaining. And unfortunately, the thing was, there were 2 goal zones that were remaining on either side, on the top lane and the bottom lane, along with the baseline goal zone. So it helped them a lot while securing, because if they had to approach for the base goal zone altogether, if all the other four goal zones would have been destroyed, I believe it would have been a little bit more difficult for Hyderabad Nawabs to approach at that side, because there was a defensive perimeter set at the baseline goal zone. But unfortunately, the other 2 goal zones on the top lane and the bottom lane respectively was pretty much open-ended, and that's how the advantage came in the hands of Lapras and Kremlin as well.
Well, right now it's what we expect. The next and the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the draft phase. This time the first pick is going to be in the favor of Chennai Clutchers, while the second one will be there for the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs. The bans that we expect, it's definitely an Dodrio and a Zacian probably. If not, a Lapras for sure.
I would go for a Lapras, yeah. What?
Oh my god.
That's a trump card coming.
Why? Oh my god. Like they have decided not to give. No, that's a good decision. They don't want to give the chance to Hyderabad Nawabs of using the Hoopa, but that they have the entire advantage of that Comfy and the Lapras combination. What is going to be the factor? Chennai Clutches, what is the composition that you are even thinking? Because Dodrio will be there alongside Urshifu and a Clefable. A good combination for sure. Dodrio will play a very X factor, but on the counter, Volc, they has to go for like a Blastoise. Definitely they will go for a Blastoise and a Cramorant. If it's a Cramorant, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, if that happens, I would also love that particular perspective. But yes, the Blastoise is there from Yuaa's perspective. Volc could come up with a Cramorant or a Sylveon, whatever he chooses to go with. Yeah, Sylveon is going to be the one favored Pokemon from his corner. Meanwhile, now Alpha Snorlax, I believe he's going to go for Snorlax or a Slowbro, because he's the one from the last two matches that he played, or should I say in the first day as well. I did saw him playing just the defender, so I believe that's what he's great at. So Alpha is for sure going to go for the Slowbro or the Snorlax. Seems like that he's going to confirm the Slowbro. That's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, on the back end, Tesla, last remaining player of Hyderabad Nawabs, could go for a Blissey. I doubt it. Okay, Blissey is going to be there. A double defender, a double supporter with an attacker approach coming in. But on the hindsight, when it comes to the Chennai Clutches, they have the taste of every single type of Pokemon.
Well, it is going to be that one round. The next 10 minutes, it's going to be very, very iconic, at least for this very day. The day number 3 of Sky League 2023 Pokemon Unite is just getting heated up as we are about to witness the first decider round of this league, of this season. It is definitely something that we are looking forward to for the next few minutes. Which team will be just taking the lead in the overall leaderboard? Chennai Clutchers, Hyderabad Nawabs. This competition is just getting more heated up and more intense, but it's just for the very last round.
The last one, the decider one, the one round which can decide the fate of both of these individuals. Either it could be Hyderabad Nawabs or the Chennai Clutchers bagging this particular game in their favor. It's day 3, guys, coming up to an end, but have to see what happens in this particular matchup. Yes, the whistles have been on, and now we are ready to see in the next 10 minutes who is going to become the champion of this particular day 3 match number 2. The BO5 is already about to come to an end. But on the hindsight, the leveling up scenario is pretty much there. Both of the teams are trying their level best to have the level buffs. Now, the only lesson that Chennai Clutchers had to take from the previous game 4 is that they have to have their level buffs at the right time. That's the only thing that they were missing. And I would love to see them again having that level buff once again in their favor in this particular match. If they have that level buff, I really believe that they're going to come up with some good, strong points in this match.
Exactly. Right now we just talk about Squirtle is just there and trying to get some good scores. Starting off with a good note. They will definitely try not to mess up Chennai Clutchers and Hyderabad Nawabs. Both are having an equal start for their side in the matter of scores. In levels, they will be as same as always. We have to wait for at least 1 or 2 more minutes until the objectives arrives, because for now we're going to encounter some early KOs for some few seconds cooldown. The Lapras will be there alongside the Squirtle on the top lane, just stacking up. The Doduo might just be there to steal those buffs. Maybe it can help it out. Lapras will try to get some good scores for sure. The Urshifu just trying to get some KO, but won't be that easy because, well, the counter attack from the side of Hyderabad Nawabs are quite deadly. As you can see, the Urshifu just has been forced to, go back and get the heals.
Yeah, they have to go back, get the heals done, be ready for the fights, and then eventually come back in harsher, and that's exactly what they're trying to go with. Chennai Clutchers on the other corner bags out 28 points in the favor. There is a buffer of 10 points, yet to be covered. And as you said, the Lapras and the Comfy pick for Team Hyderabad Nawabs could actually help them a lot. On the hindsight, Chennai Clutchers is also trying to come up with some good scores. 33 points is what they are having right now. Yuaa, the Blastoise, also wants to come with some amazing points, come with some amazing buffs. But yeah, Rodrio with a triple pick. Maybe a beautiful advantage could have been there, but look at that. Rodrio is just sneaky enough to come up with some goals as well.
Exactly right now. If we just talk about the situation is looking really something to look out for, because in the next few minutes the things are just going to grow much more crazy in this particular Theo Sky Ruins. But on the top lane you can see the Seagon will be getting punished. The 30-second timer has already arrived as the objectives are just getting ready to come into the pits. But which team will be there to take the first objective in their favor? The Wartortle, still in level 6, needs to level up faster. The trio will be getting and trying to get a KO, not to let the Wartortle go back. He's just pushing him out of that pit and will get the KO for sure. And it's a good score coming up from their end. But the Urshifu has been put to rest. We are expecting some serious fights, but the bottom lane stack coming up from the side of Hyderabad Nawabs will be just nullifying the KOs that are being done by Dodrio. But as the Rejoice has already appeared, we can see Hyderabad Nawabs completely stacking and trying to melt it down, because there is no doubt that they will be securing this without a single waste of time.
I'm surprised to see that Rodrio is having level 9, but the Pokemon that has to have level 9 from Chennai Clutchers are still suffering. Lapras Express is already there, and he's trying to just gather his Pokemons and go for another beautiful clash. Oh, what was that? Blizzard is about to get shattered, but he's going to take that Wild Berry and once again be ready. Triple picks once again coming in. Zacian wants to fight back, but how far Urshifu is going to build that strategy, how far he's going to be aggressive. Lapras is about to get KO'd, I believe. If the KO comes in, that will be absolutely amazing. And yes, the KO for Comfy is there. Lapras also gets picked up. For a second, I did thought that things will be not that fruitful for the team known as Chennai Clutchers, but it turned out to be a different thing. Because now they are getting the Reggie in their favor. They are getting the purple and orange buff. They are getting the KOs in their favor. Already, a beautiful rampage is there, but Cliffable gets picked off. And Reggie League is creating a lot of rampage on the top lane goal zone, and this could be an opportunity for Slowbro and Pokemon like Dodrio to go ahead and secure some goals in the bottom lane goal zone, because there is definitely a buffer of 90 plus points.
Exactly. And now if we just talk about Hyderabad Nawabs, they are taking a good lead, but will they be able to maintain it? Because in the end mode, we have seen some dramatic endings and dramatic twists as well in each and every match, in each and every rounds. But well, Swifty is getting into some serious trouble. Definitely getting into some serious trouble. The Hydro Typhoon will be stunning him out for some time, but the Gardevoir goes down on the other hand by Lapras. Will be coming as a KO. Will get those healings for sure as the Comfy comes up with a Unite. Dodrio trying to push them back for sure, not to let the scores happen. But still, there is no change of pace, though we can see the Blastoise will get the Clippable down for sure. The Urshifu goes down itself, and there is a plenty amount of scores that are being done by Hyderabad Nawabs and Dodrio as it goes down. Lapras has been stunned, but definitely it is not going to affect him that much as what Chennai Clutchers are facing right now.
We do already have a Raji Ice, and there is a huge buffer coming in between Chennai Clutchers and Hyderabad Nawabs. Looking forward to see what is going to happen at the bottom lane, because the Sylveon is ready with the Comfy stacking up, and now they have figured out that they are going to approach for the Regi Ice, so it can be helpful for them for sure, because there is a Blissey also coming into the play. Slowbro is already there from the hindsight of Chennai Clutchers, so I'm looking forward to see what more can happen. But yeah, the definite heavy hitting aspect of the Novaa was there, but Novaa wanted to fall back. Where is going to run? Gets spotted, gets taken down. And on the other corner, Lapras was able to get the advantage of the Regi Ice for the team. With that, Hyderabad Nawabs are again looking a little bit more confident, again looking a little bit more aggressive and have the damage so that they can get the KOs. Meanwhile, Snorlax is going to fall back a bit. Swifty goes in to have just one AOS energy factor in his favor, but again fails to survive. The KO is there. Don't you think so, Lectors, that Chennai Clutchers is really struggling a lot when it comes to their level and also their formation?
Well, if we just talk about right now, the situation is just going into some, you know, it's a balanced way. There's no way we can say, yeah, this team is getting good lead. This team, this team is just having a better side in this game, because both the teams, in the matter of scores, there is not such difference. In the matter of levels, there is not such big difference yet now. Though we can see, yep, there is a slightly better upgrades in levels for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, but it can be easily countered by Chennai Clutches at any moment if they can get a complete team wipe or can get some multiple KOs in a single span of a minute, that they might be doing it at any moment. Though we can see the Blastoise just getting some multiple KOs, shutting down each and every player that is coming in the way, and Capable will not be the one. Just let go, as we are expecting Blastoise to come up with some few more KOs, which might make Chennai Clutches fall into some serious trouble.
Perfect coming into the play. I was about to get a KO, but indeed gets a KO. And that's a Sylveon who is going to take out the Speedster out of the equation. If I'm not wrong, Rodri was still actually about to farm his Unite move, and yes, he's ready with the Unite move. Level is 12. I have to see what is going to happen when the Rayquaza comes in, because not a lot of time is left. Just 20 seconds more to go, and after that, the Rayquaza legendary boss Pokemon will come in. Before that, I believe Blissey along with the Sylveon wants to actually attack the Reggie, which is going to come here, and that's the Reggie Ice. They wanted to get an advantage out of it, and they might actually be able to do that. If it is going to be there, it can actually help them a lot, but now the focus gets shifted again onto the Legendary Pit, because in the Legendary Pit there is already a sacking formation coming in. Rodri could just be sneaky and go ahead and approach for the goals to be done so that they can counter the lead, and this is really a very important term because he can score 60 points, I believe. But on the inside, I believe the KOs are also going to come for sure, because Lapras is ready with the attacking formation.
Exactly right now, but eventually when you just talk about this, still Comfy sticking to it, so Lapras can be one of those important factors that we can look out for. Though if we are just talking, the Bubble Beam won't be hitting the Urshifu as right at this position, not yet, but Hyderabad Nawabs might have a good counter, We can see the HPs are getting drained out, but there's still no stacking from any of the Chennai Clutches. They're quite aware that they have a good lead in the matter of points, but Urshifu will be popping off just to get the scene turned down at any moment.
Yeah, there could be a kill coming in. Lapras on the inside is also getting concerned. Lapras is getting attacked, Lapras is getting stunned, but still not a lot of helpful situation is there. I believe Novaa is also about to get KO'd. If Novaa gets KO'd, I really believe things can be fruitful for Hyderabad Nawabs. But yes, Chennai Clutches are just trying to do everything that is possible. Well, Blissey has been taken down. Blastoise takes the guard over. The attacker is already out of the equation. What was that? KOs and KOs and KOs are coming in. It's a triple KO, as you said, for Blastoise, and now that's the only advantage we wanted to see. Seems like that Hyderabad Nawabs is going to be go home.
Urshifu, no chance.
He wanted to seal it, but Blastoise with that beautiful spinning move was able to completely get the advantage in the favor of Hyderabad Nawabs. Chennai Clutches wanted to be a little bit sneaky, and that's why they are just coming up with some good scores. All in all, nothing will be fruitful for them because Hyderabad Nawabs are already at the base goal zone. Already there is a lead of 150 plus points, and they're approaching for more.
Oh man, this is definitely one of the greatest matches that we've ever seen till date. Chennai Clutchers will be completely perished by Hyderabad Nawabs, and the Nawabs again takes up the throne by themselves by winning 2 matches in a row, and their winning streak continues this time as well. What a pure domination, what a dramatic ending we are seeing in each and every, the final stretch fights in the Legendary Pit. In each and every round we saw some tremendous fights, some turnarounds, some surprising moments as well, but with that only the series comes to an end, where we declare Hyderabad Nawabs the winners of this match number 2.
They are the winners. They are the one which is going to be favorable on the BO5, and I would love to see where they're going to stand. Is it going to be a first position? Because yes, they had a lot of goals also in their favor. Even in those rounds where Hyderabad Nawabs were unable to get the victory, they had decent goals in their favor. It was not like a situation where they had single digit or double digit, somewhere around 140, 155 points. I guess they were able to manage their own average goals. Meanwhile, if we talk about Chennai Clutches, off to a really good start, but then again, they suffered a lot due to their picks, due to their choices of the Pokemons. No doubt Swifty was on point, no doubt Rodri was on point, but I really was surprised to see what Slowbro was doing, and the Gardevoir as well. Because those 2 Pokemons were not being seen that much in this particular game 5.
Exactly right now we just talk about, but eventually this is what it is. We can see the match final details and the battle data. We are seeing the movesets being used are exactly on our screen. If you talk about the graph, yep, there is a very, very close contest till the very 8th minute. But after that, we see Chennai Clutches taking a good lead in comparison of Hyderabad Nawabs till the very end moment around the corners of like last 9th minute. They had got a brilliant lead, but as soon as the Rayquaza was taken, everything turned into their pits of Hyderabad Nawabs. What a way to defeat Chennai Clutches. Definitely the first loss for the Chennai side, but Hyderabad will be happy with the 2 consecutive wins in their pocket, and the first position will be acquired by them after this BO5 series. Though it took almost 5 rounds to come to the decider, but we have to admit it was worth watching all the matches.
I mean, that's the only thing I was actually enjoying. The matches, the carnage, the strategies that were coming from these 2 giants. That was absolutely amazing. No doubt, this best of 5 came to a decider, came to a very effective fight. But yeah, we enjoyed a lot. And in the final stretch, we did saw a lot of heavy lifting done by Hyderabad Nawabs. Other than that, in the initial stage, in the initial 6 or 8 minutes, I believe it was Chennai Clutches which was having the upper hand onto the fights. But after that margin was hit, after the 8-minute marker was hit, I believe somewhere around Rayquaza was taken around 9 minutes or so. So that was quite good. Having the Rayquaza was the only advantage that Hyderabad Nawabs wanted to have. Because from the start till the end, they were just getting KO'd. They were also getting a lot of KOs. But all in all, a beautiful game. All in all, a beautiful formation was there. And every now and then, I did saw Sylveon, I did saw Blastoise, and I did saw Comfy with the Lapras doing the heavy lifting for the team. And it was quite amazing, to be honest.
Well, I would say this match, the pick of Lapras did make a good impact, but eventually when you talk about it was definitely a very big team game that they played, and it was better than what Chennai Clutches actually came up with in the very final round. Not talking about the composition, not talking about the picks in the draft, the picks from the side of each side, but eventually it was a balanced composition from both the ends. They decided and came up with the best strategy that they had in their pocket to showcase in this very match to just win it, and they proved their best. Though I would say yes, Hyderabad were definitely better than what Chennai did.
Yeah, Chennai Clutches wanted their level best to have the Rayquaza advantage, but before that they went on to get the KOs. The only disadvantage that they had was not having the right Pokemons at that point. Eventually those Pokemons that could have been quite heavy lifting were on the back end, like Urshifu was on the back end. But all in all, the player of the game is already in front of us, and that is going to be Volc, the Sylveon to be precise, for the team of Hyderabad Nawabs. And the amount of goals he has secured is going to be 173. The amount of is going to be 5, 9 assists as well. 89,255 is damage. 19,313 is going to be the recovery points for Volc. And yes, a tremendous effect as an attacker. I really had some thoughts that Sylveon will be actually on the hindsight when it comes to becoming the player of the game, but definitely Sylveon is the one which is going to become the player of the game of this particular game number 5 of match number 2 of day number 3. It was really good to see Volc doing the tremendous effort. But yeah, you got KO'd also. Not a lot of chaos from his perspective, but then when it comes to the damage, when it comes to the recovery, also when it comes to the goals being done, Volc is the one fruitful guy for the team.
Exactly. And right now we just talk about Volc has always been one of those promising players from the past as well. He has performed tremendously, but this time the team he have got in this league as well, it's tremendous, and it's looking so promising that we can actually expect Hyderabad Nawabs to win the Sky League 2023. I know it's very, very fast, it's just very early stage, but the way they are performing, Raider, I cannot stop myself from just dropping this, my thought of what this team can actually do.
Have to see what this team can do, because the other 7 teams are also going to cook up some good strategies for them, and that can impact quite a bit, because we did saw Hyderabad Nawabs struggling a bit against the Chennai Clutches, although they had their own strategies of getting the Rayquaza, although they had their own strategies of having the right Pokemons, banning the right one at the same moment, having the right advantage. In this particular match, if I talk about the game 5, when I saw Comfy along with the Lapras coming in, somewhere around I had an insight that yeah, Hyderabad Nawabs now look a little bit more firm when it comes to having the performance.
Exactly. And for now, it's all the series, the scoreline that actually comes up on the screen, and it's exactly in front of us. The BO5 series ends up with a score of 3-2, while Hyderabad Nawabs will be the winners of this BO5 series. Very well played to the side of Chennai. Clutchers, the way they performed was tremendous, but definitely Hyderabad Nawabs were a better side in this very BO5 series in the very last round. But with this, as we just speak, there will be many changes that awaits in the leaderboard, because we are very, very eager to see what kind of changes are we expecting in this particular leaderboard as it comes up, because an entire day comes to wherein we have experienced 2 matches, and after that, when we just see and get back to the leaderboard, there will be a vast difference from the end of day 2 towards the end of day 3, because many teams have, gone up and many teams have fallen down. So yeah, that's the process.
That's the process for sure. That's the kind of situation that we are going to face off in this long journey. In this particular league, we are going to see a lot of ups and downs. But for these teams, it is really important to be consistent. Although it's not going to be easy, that's the hardest part. Winning the particular BO5, winning a single BO5 in your favor or 2 back-to-back BO5s in your favor is going to be kind of an easier stance when it is compared to being consistent. You have to be consistent if you want to be on top in the leaderboard. And I believe that's exactly what Hyderabad Nawabs wanted to do. Even after not getting the clean sweep, they still are the one victorious team. If we talk about this BO5, whenever in the future we are going to talk about this particular BO5, if we talk about day number 3 of this Skyesports League 2023, if we talk about the match number 2, we are going to say it was Hyderabad Nawabs who was able to bag it out despite of the struggles that they were there. So that is really important. Now I would love to see how Hyderabad Nawabs is going to maintain their legacy all throughout in the next upcoming, I believe, somewhere around 12 to 13 days. It's going to be crucial for them to just maintain their pace, be a little bit more strategic, be a little bit more evolutionary when it comes to their picks, their bans and stuff like that, because whichever team is going to come in front of them is already going to be ready with the repercussions, with the strategies being built on the back end, because 2 matches have been passed off of Hyderabad Nawabs. In the first match, day number 1, we did saw beautiful retaliation against Delhi Masters, but all in all, we'll get to see an interview for now, and after that we'll talk about this match a little bit more.
बहुत बढ़िया
यस वेल अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि पहले दिन जब हमने 3-0 देखा था, आज इतना टाइम क्यों लग गया आपको?
आज मतलब थोड़ा सा फफल गए थे, मतलब सब कुछ सही चल रहा था, लेकिन क्या हो गया था कि हम लोग मतलब डोमिनेट तो कर रहे थे, स्टार्टिंग में लीड ले जा रहे थे, बट एंड फाइट में कुछ हो जा रहा था उल्टा पुल्टा, जिससे हम लोग फिर सॉर्ट किए।
वेल डबल डिफेंडर फिर से काम कर गया। डबल डिफेंडर डबल सपोर्ट, ये कॉल किसका था? मुझे ये जानना है। मतलब हाँ समझ रहा हूँ कि हील की जरूरत है, बट इतना हील
सो क्या बोलूं, मैं इनके साथ खेल रहा हूँ, ये लोग पता नहीं जो भी उठाने को लोग बोल रहे हो तो उठा रहा हूँ, पता नहीं कैसे खेल रहे हैं। सो मतलब डबल डिफेंडर एंड डबल सपोर्टर जो भी खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन आप लोग ये देखोगे तो वो डिफेंडर को एज अटैकर यूज करवा रहे हैं। लेप्रस को वो लोग कभी भी डिफेंडर समझ ही नहीं रहे, वो लोग लेप्रस से तो जंगल करवा रहे हैं। सो डिफेंडर पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है।
वेल इन द एंड तो जीत गए हैं आप, चाहे वो 3-2 के स्कोर लाइन के साथ ही क्यों ना हो। वेल लीडर बोर्ड आएगा तो पता लग जाएगा बैंगलोर आगे रहेंगे या फिर आप लोग आगे रहेंगे जरूर। बट तन्मय अगर आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं।
देखिए लाइक पहला गेम आप जीते, फिर उसके बाद आपके हाथ से 2 निकल गया, तो उस टाइम पे क्या माहौल था लाइक टीम के अंदर, क्या बातचीत हो रहा था? क्योंकि उस टाइम पे तो बहुत अच्छे खेल रहे थे कहने की
लाइक हम लोग का क्लेपेबल वाज द टर्निंग पॉइंट, मतलब क्लेपेबल बहुत ही ज़्यादा परेशान कर रहा था हम लोग को। सो स्टार्टिंग मैच में जब क्लेपेबल मिला था तो हम लोग ने इजीली मैच को जीत गए थे, लेकिन नेक्स्ट मैच जब हम लोग को क्लेपेबल मिला था, सो थोड़ा बहुत हम लोग को ग्रेविटी बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान कर रहा था एंड फाइट में। सो उस जगह पे नेक्स्ट हम लोग ने सोचा कि उनको क्लेपेबल देना ही नहीं, लेकिन फिर इससे फिर 4th गेम में इससे हम लोग का कमबैक हुआ था जब हम लोग को क्लेपेबल मिला था। सो
दैट्स रियली नाइस। वेल बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, हम जरूर आपसे फिर बात करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन उसके लिए तो एक ही चीज चाहिए कि आपको जीतना पड़ेगा। हम विनिंग टीम के सीसी से हर बार बात करना चाहते हैं। तो ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू एंड टू योर एंटायर टीम आपके अपकमिंग मैचेस के लिए, एंड थैंक यू सो मच आप हमारे साथ यहाँ पे बात करने आए। वेल तन्मय, इसी के साथ एक
That was an insightful interview coming in from Pokeboy. We definitely had an insight at how the formation of Nawabs were going on, how they were trying to figure out what strategies they had. And already we know that in the second and third game where they had hindrance, where they were unable to win that particular game, we thought for a second, I mean, even the CC thought for a second that we are struggling. But then after that, the picks coming in, choosing the defender, working it out like an attacker, that Lapras was absolutely on point from the corner. That's exactly quite precise, I believe. Whatever the strategies were there from Hyderabad Nawabs, it worked out in the last two games. And thanks to that, they are the one victorious team.
Well, that's for sure. But with that, we will be taking a look on the leaderboard of after the day number 3. Bangalore Crushers retaining the top spot with the amount of average goals. Well, we have to say because this series took a bit long, so that's why the average goals got a bit low.
Yeah.
2 matches, 2 wins, no losses. Both Bangalore and Hyderabad maintaining their win rate on 100% marker. But if you just talk about third position, will be acquired by Chennai Clutchers. Fourth, we get to see Punjab Pinnacles, and fifth, we are getting to see Kolkata Tridents. Sixth, we get Pune Pros and Delhi Masters, who have only played 1 match. But Mumbai Aces, we haven't seen their gameplay yet.
Have to see what happens with Mumbai Aces as well, but the other top 7 teams which are there in the leaderboard definitely show their signs. I'm surprised to see that. I would love to see, to be precise, I'm not surprised at that moment, but I would love to see Delhi Masters coming up with a comeback, Pune Pros coming up with a comeback. If that happens, it will be absolutely amazing. But the next 8 days matchups are already in front of us. Tomorrow we'll get to see Mumbai Aces in the first matches, and those 2 teams which I was talking about are going to be there, and that is Pune Pros fighting against Mumbai Aces, and then Kolkata Tridents will be facing off against Delhi Masters. Day after tomorrow, we'll get to see Bangalore Crushers once again coming into the factor against Delhi Crushers. Punjab Pinnacles fighting with Pune Pros. After that, in the 29th, I believe we will have Kolkata Tridents versus Chennai Clutchers, Mumbai Aces versus Hyderabad Nawabs. So Nawabs are going to have a holiday for 2 days. They are going to sit back on the bench and then learn, analyze, figure out what went wrong, why they had to play the decider to win this particular BO5, and then come back in front of Mumbai Aces on 29th. Make sure to retain their positions on the leaderboard.
Well, it's definitely something that we are looking forward to. Another schedule, another day. It's going to pop up exactly tomorrow at the very same time. But though the teams will be changed, I believe the Kolkata Tridents will be having a very tough time right now. But they have to just, restart their entire mind and come up again to make a comeback, or maybe try to bounce back in the leaderboard again just by playing or winning tomorrow's match. But with that, if we just talk about the PokeUniteYT World Championship Series, May qualifiers registration are already live. If you want to take part, make sure to tap on the link which is provided in the description, as well as you can check it out from the pinned comment in the chat section. So make sure to at least give it a try. You never know when you're going to be the pro.
Indeed, guys, you can go ahead, make sure to make a roster, get the experience from this particular league, and eventually formulate a beautiful team so that we can witness your action in the qualifiers. But all in all, guys, this day is done. Day number 3 of Skyesports League 2023 PokeUniteYT action is already over. Moving on to day number 4, we have to wait a bit more, because tomorrow we'll be back with the action. My name is Raider, along with me it's Nick Rose, and believe Lucifer will be there as well tomorrow. So until then, guys, peace out. Thank you for joining us. Adios.
I can feel your energy. It's like you're standing next to me. You're forever on my mind. You're forever by my side. Won't you hold me closely? I don't